Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Where there's life, there's fun. At a concert or a show, in your own backyard, wherever you go. Budweiser's beer is for folks who know where there's life. There's Budweiser.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief. Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. It was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon, 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep she had kept. Pink flower dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite?
No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names.
Well, you never hear 'em used.
Oh, my dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well,
Is something the matter? What?
my mother says it isn't nice to fib,
Of course it isn't.
and not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were?
About what?
About your age? About being a little girl?
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jane.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye.
Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes,
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb.
Let's see. Oh, it's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits
The
me.
comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
It doesn't look like you.
Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15? And one at 20? One at 40? 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it.
The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no, they'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't.
Or me.
You wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same.
I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb. It's fine.
And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No! Oh, come back. Oh, come back.
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old, and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes, I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else for many other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last, they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
He was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois would be left far off in his past, and he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie,
Yes.
almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well,
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days. Hmm? You guys just Throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanlon, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935, the Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945, husband and wife, no children, no children, no children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in the...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying...
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me, and all the unfulfilled things. And most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie, ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
It looks green. It looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
Down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into this smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dopkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. On Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard in another exciting concert conducted by Dmitri Mitropoulos. This weekend, the noted Polish pianist Witold Malkoczynski will be heard as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Get a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder today for a few cents at any drugstore. See what a surprise you get the first time you use it. We believe you'll never again return to ordinary, less effective ways of cleaning your teeth.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Campbell Playhouse brings you those famous lines again. Revives tonight for you the world's favorite romance. This is Orson Welles, speaking to you only after a low bow to the memory of Henry Miller and James O'Neill and all the rest of his betters who've played the wonderful, mysterious gentleman from Corsica before him. Of the author, of Alexander Dumas, who wrote Monte Cristo, there is no reasonable explanation. Dumas was a rich man. We note with interest that he went bankrupt in the theater. He was a revolutionary. His grandfather was a marquis. His grandmother was a negress. He was born as Napoleon became emperor. He died in poverty as the Germans marched into France. He wrote The Count of Monte Cristo as a newspaper serial. And shortly after the last installment, a ball and a bullfight were organized for him in Seville, and finally, in Algiers, the customs man let his baggage through without examination. Such things don't and can't happen today. But then neither does Alexander Dumas himself the wildest romance of a man who could and did openly maintain at 70 numerous establishments and a literary factory as well, whose quantitative output is equaled in the arts only by the fabulous studio of Rubens. There's a good story about what Dumas père told Dumas fils. Father, said the inventor of Camille, I have just read your latest book. Have you, my son, said Dumas père. What's it about? I'm not sure I have. It's no secret and no shame either that the Chateau Monte Cristo was haunted by many ghostwriters and that its owner signed his name to more books than anyone could ever write. It is not expected of Pharaoh that he build with his own hands his own pyramids. And the mere blueprint of one Dumas plot is an airtight alibi for a whole career. Of all these plots, out of question the most gloriously complex, as perfect as watchworks, and as big as Pittsburgh among all others, one Dumas plot persists as the most ingenious, tall story ever perpetrated by the mind of man. God's vengeance on radio scriptwriters and your indestructible delight in spite of us. Here, then, is our humble 57 minutes' worth of The Count of Monte Cristo. And just before we begin tonight's story, I want to confer the freedom of the microphone upon Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, just the other day I sat down in the dining car of a train. I glanced around the tables near me to see what others were having for dinner. Perhaps you've done the same thing now and then because it sort of gives you an idea, doesn't it? Well, of 16 men and women whose plates I saw there in the diner, 10 were eating chicken. Then I found my pencil writing on the order card, chicken. Right then and there, I said to myself again, it must be this liking so many of us have for chicken that accounts for the great popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Because this soup is chicken through and through from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. Its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. Its fluffy rice is steeped in chicken flavor. And there are tender pieces of chicken meat in it to further tempt your spoon. That's why I promise you that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. If you haven't tried it, why don't you? Perhaps at dinner tomorrow night. And now,
His Excellency, the Count of Monte
Yes, Fernand?
May I present the most talked of man in Paris, the Count of Monte Cristo, the Baroness Mondiego.
I am deeply honored.
Count of Monte Cristo.
What is it, Mercedes? Are you ill?
No. It's nothing, Fernand. Perhaps the heat of this room. Very kind of the Count to come here tonight. Will you give me your arm, Count Monte Cristo?
I am honored, madame.
Is it true, Count, what everyone is saying about you in Paris?
What are they saying, madame?
That you have seen so much, traveled so far, suffered so deeply.
I have suffered deeply, madame.
Now are you happy?
No doubt, since no one hears me complain.
Your present happiness, has it softened your heart?
My present happiness does not equal my past misery.
Are you not married?
I am married. No, madame.
You're alone, then?
I am alone.
You have no sister, no father?
I have nothing.
How can you exist, though, with no one to hold you to life?
Madame, a long time ago, I loved a girl. I was on the point of marrying her, madame, when we were separated. I thought she loved me well enough to wait for me and even to remain faithful to my grave. When I returned, she was married. Perhaps my heart was weaker than that of most, and I suffered more than they would have in my place. That is all, madame.
And you still preserve this love in your heart? It's true we can love only once. Did you ever see her again?
Never.
You've forgiven her for all she made you suffer?
Yes. I have forgiven her.
Do you still hate those that separated you? Do you still want to punish them?
They will be punished, madame. But it is not I who will punish them. It is their own past. Rarely has European society been more intrigued than it was the winter of 1834, when the mysterious Count de Monte Cristo appeared in the city of Paris. It is time now that the world should hear his story. Of the title of this man, nothing was known that winter save that he derived it from a small and uninhabited island off the coast of Corsica. The source of his fortune was equally obscure, and it seemed inexhaustible. The paintings in his house in the Champs-Élysées were valued at 7 million francs. His collection of precious stones far exceeded in value that of any of the crowned heads of Europe. Yet it was not his wealth alone that made him remarkable. At a dinner party that winter, a woman was heard to say that the Count of Monte Cristo had the look of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. I heard her say it. The long years in solitary confinement sharpened the hearing. The look of a man, she said, who has been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. No man but I could know how truly the lady had spoken. If to live in darkness for 20 years, in darkness and silence, underground and alone, if this is to dwell in a tomb, then the Count of Monte Cristo had dwelt in a tomb. I alone can speak of these things, for I alone know the true name of the Count of Monte Cristo. It is mine. It is Edmond Dantes. The story of Edmond Dantes begins in 1814, the year the Emperor Napoleon was a prisoner in Elba. It begins with a wedding.
Answers to the name of Edmond Dantes.
Edmond Dantes? He's my son. What do you want of him?
Edmond Dantes, in the name of the law, I arrest you.
Arrest me? What have I done?
I cannot inform you. You'll be duly acquainted with the reason for your arrest at your first examination.
He does. Officer, he's done nothing wrong. He's my son. He's a good boy.
Edmond Dantes, you're under arrest. Follow me. Forward, take up!
What is your name?
Are you the king's prosecutor, sir?
Yes.
My name is Edmund Dantes.
You will kindly give me all the information in your power. You have served under the usurper Napoleon?
No, sir.
Edmund Dantes, it is reported that your political opinions are extreme.
My political opinions? Alas, I never had any opinions. I'm hardly 20, sir. I was to be married today.
What do you make of this? It is a letter, Monsieur Dantes. Well, read it.
The king's prosecutor is hereby informed by friends of the throne and religion that one Edmund Dantes, mate of the ship Pharaoh, arrived this morning from Smyrna, having touched at Naples and the Isle of Elba. He has been entrusted by the usurper Napoleon with a letter to the Bonapartist committee in Paris. This letter will be found on his person, or at his father's, or in his cabin aboard the Pharaoh. Oh, sorry, sir, I don't understand it.
You know the writing?
No, sir.
Well, whoever wrote it writes well. Have you any enemies?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now, answer me frankly. Not as a prisoner to a judge, but as one man to another. Is there any truth in this accusation?
No, sir. I swear by my honor as a sailor,
Go on.
The day after we left Naples, when my captain lay dying, he gave me a package to be delivered on the island of Elba.
What did you do with it?
What should I have done? What every man would have done in my place. I sailed for the island of Elba. I delivered the packet and was given in return a letter to be delivered to a man here in Marseille. I did exactly what my captain told me to do, sir. I landed here yesterday. That's all, sir.
I see. Well, it sounds like the truth. Now, you give up this letter you brought from Elba and give me your word that you will appear if you're called, and you may go back to your friends.
I'm free then, sir.
Yes, but first, give me the letter.
Here you are, sir.
Very well. By the way, to whom were you to deliver this letter?
To Francois Noirtier of this city.
Francois?
Yes, sir. Why? You know this man.
A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Have you shown this letter to anyone?
To no one, sir, on my honor.
No. No one knows that you are the bearer of a letter from the Isle of Elba, addressed to Francois Noirtier?
Nobody, sir, except the one person who gave it to me. Why, sir? What's the matter, sir?
You give me your word of honor that you are ignorant of the contents of this letter?
My word of honor, sir, but what's the matter? You're ill, sir. Can I help you?
No, stay where you are, Edmund Dantes. For me to give orders, not you. I am sorry. I am no longer able, as I had hoped, to restore you to liberty. Before doing so, there are formalities to be gone through.
Sir.
I will try to make them as short as possible. Now, the principal charge against you, as you know, is this letter. You see what I do with it. You see, I destroy it. Now I confine it to the flames.
For your goodness itself.
Now then, do you trust me?
Order me, sir, and I will obey.
Hey, listen. This is not an order, but advice that I give you.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall keep you until this evening, here, in the Palais de Justice.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else question you, do not breathe a word of this letter.
I promise.
You see, the letter is destroyed. You and I alone know of its existence. So if they question you about it, deny all knowledge of it.
I will, sir.
It was the only letter you had?
Yes, it was.
I swear it.
I swear it.
Good. Now then, not a word to anyone, remember.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. You will take this man to the guard room and hold him there. He is to see nobody, you understand? Nobody.
Yes, sir.
Follow this officer, Monsieur Dantes. Later, I will give him his orders.
You've come to fetch me? Yes. By the order of the king's prosecutor? I believe so. Come with us. Where are you taking me? You don't For the love of heaven, where are we going?
You a native of Marseille and a sailor, and you don't know where you're going?
I've no idea.
Unless you're blind or have never been outside the harbor, you must look around you.
The prison. The Chateau d'If.
Quite right, my friend, the Chateau d'If.
Help, let me go. I'm innocent.
Darcy. Haven't you slept?
I do not know.
Are you hungry?
I do not know.
Want anything?
I want to see the governor. The governor, do you hear me? I'm innocent.
want to see the governor.
I've told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Not allowed.
Why is it not allowed? I'm innocent.
Take my advice, my friend. Don't brood over what is impossible. You go out of your head.
Listen to me. I want to see the governor. If you don't let me see the governor someday, I'll hide behind the door, and when you come in, I'll dash out your brains with this stool.
Put on that stool.
Are you going to let me see the governor?
Put on that stool. Put it down.
Well, do I see the governor?
Yes, we'll see the governor at once. At once. Sooner than you think. Corporal of the guard. Halt. By the governor's order. Take this prisoner to the floor below.
The dungeon?
That's where we put our madmen. The dungeon.
What? Attention. I tell you, I'm innocent. What? I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
In darkness and silence, underground and alone. Every day, twice a day, morning and evening, the jailer came to my cell and put down the vile food and went away without speaking to me. My hair and nails had grown long, and my skin was white as a leper's. I'd been proud the first months. Now I began to beg. I begged to be moved from this dungeon to another. I begged to be allowed to walk around. I begged for books. Nothing was granted. I spoke to the jailer when he brought me my food. He rarely answered me. I tried to speak when alone, but the sound of my own voice terrified me. After what must have been 3 or 4 years, the governor of the Chateau d'If was transferred. The new man did not trouble to learn my name. I was no longer Edmond Dantes. I was number 37. I took to praying, but not as men pray in prosperity. In my prayers, I laid every action of my life before the Almighty. Still, I remained a prisoner. Then a deep gloom took possession of me, and then furious rage and savage thoughts of revenge, and wildly I dashed myself against the walls of my prison. I tore at my own flesh with my nails, and then I began to think of dying. I swore I would starve myself to death. So every morning and every evening, I threw out through the small grated window all the food the jailer brought me. At first gaily, then thoughtfully, then with regret. I held the plate in my hand for an hour at a time, gazing at the morsel of bad meat, of tainted fish, of black and moldy bread. One day I found I had not sufficient force to throw my supper out of the window. The next morning I could hardly see or hear. I knew I was dying. The day went by. I felt a stupor creeping over me. The gnawing pain at my stomach had ceased and my thirst had abated. When I closed my eyes, I saw myriads of lights dancing before them. I was on the edge of that mysterious country called death. Suddenly, a little after dark, I heard a hollow sound in the wall against which I was lying. I sat up and listened. It was a continuous scratching, as if made by a huge claw, some iron instrument scraping against the stones. Then all was silent. Soon it began again. Nearer and more distinct. Perhaps it was only a workman repairing a neighboring dungeon. I'd soon find out. The sound continued. With my earthenware jug, I knocked against the wall where the sound came. Someone had heard me. Each time I knocked, the knocks were repeated on the other side of the wall. When I stopped knocking, the other also stopped. After that, there were no more sounds. The night passed in complete silence. I never closed my eyes. 3 days passed. 3 long days. And never a sound. At last, on the 4th evening, whoever it was quite close to me now. I wanted desperately to help him, but I had nothing, no knife or sharp instrument. I smashed my earthenware jug. That night, I moved my bed from the wall and started to scrape the plaster with a piece of the broken jug. Soon the fragments of plaster began to fall away. In 3 days, I uncovered a large stone.
The next day, about noon, the stone began to move. Oh, my God. My God. My God, don't fail me now.
Who talks of God in this place?
Speak again. In the name of heaven. Speak.
Who are you?
A prisoner.
Of what country?
A Frenchman.
Your name?
Edmund Dantes.
How long have you been here?
Since the 28th day of February, 1815.
Your crime?
I'm innocent. And you? Who are you?
I am number 27.
How long have you been here?
Since 1804. 20 years.
All that night we worked. Then, just before dawn, a portion of the floor in my cell gave way, and from the bottom of this passage, the depth of which was impossible to measure, appeared the head, then the shoulders, and lastly, the body of a man. To this man, I owe all that I possess, all that I know, all that I've become. In the prison, he was known as the Mad Priest. I never learned his name. For 8 years, we saw each other every day, using the tunnel he had dug through the solid rock, concealing the mouth of the passage with stones carefully fitted in place. By the sundial he had traced on the wall of his cell, we knew the hours of the guard's visit. The rest of the day, we were together. He'd been a great scholar in his day, and all that he knew he taught me with infinite, loving patience, day after day, year after year. Then one morning, when I came down, I found him standing in the middle of the cell, pale as death.
Quick, Dantes, quick. Listen to what I have to say.
What is it, Father? Tell me, I beseech you.
I'm dying. Help me to my bed.
Yes, Father.
You see, half of my body is paralyzed already.
Father.
Careful.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, my son. Now listen to me.
Yes, Father.
All is over with me. This night or tomorrow, I will be dead.
Oh, but Father, you can't.
I know the illness. There is no hope. And I shall never leave this place now. Before I die, there's something I want to give you. Here. Look. It's just a burned piece of parchment. But, my child, it is my treasure. From this day forth, it belongs to you.
Your treasure?
Oh, yes. I know what is passing through your mind at this moment. Even now, you, like all the others. But be assured, my child, I'm not mad. This treasure exists. Have you ever heard of the great Spada treasure?
The Spada treasure? I've heard sailors talk of it.
For 10 years, I worked for the House of Spada. That paper that you have in your hand is what is left of the will of Cardinal Spada, murdered by Rodrigo Borgia. Now, take the paper and put the two pieces together and read.
On the 25th day of April, 1498, being invited to dine by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing for my life, I declare to my nephew, Guido Spada, my sole heir, that I have buried in a place he knows, in a cave of the island of Monte Cristo, all that I possess of ingots, gold, monies, jewels, and diamond, which treasure may amount to nearly 10 millions of Roman crowns, which you will find in the farthest angle of the island cave, and this treasure I bequeath and leave entirely to him as my sole heir, says Spada. 10 million crowns.
Yes, 100 million francs of our money. Think of the good a man could do in the world with 100 million francs.
Yes.
The treasure is yours, my son. I bequeath it to you. Whenever you are freed, you have only to go to the island of Monte Cristo and it will be there for you.
But I have no right to it, sir.
You are my son, Dante. You are the child that God sent to console me in my captivity.
Days later, in fearful agony, he died. I closed his eyes and laid him out to rest as well as I could, and that night the governor of the prison came down to look at the boy. I watched him from my hiding place in the cell.
Is he dead? He's dead, all right, Your Honor. Poor devil. He was a priest. Get him the newest sack you can find. What time shall we bury him, sir? The usual time, before dawn. And report to me when it's done. Very good, sir.
When the cell was empty again, I went in. On the bed at full length and faintly lighted by the light of a single candle was visible a sack of coarse cloth, and in it was stretched a long and stiffened form. Quickly, I unlaced the sack, drew out the corpse of the priest, and carried it through the tunnel to my cell. I laid it on my bed, turned the head to the wall, and covered it with a sheet. For the last time, I kissed the ice-cold brow. Then I went back to the dead man's cell. Could hear steps in the passage and voices as the guards came back with a stretcher. Quickly, I got into the sack. In place of the corpse, I laced the sack around my body. I lay stiff, hoping that they would not hear the beating of my heart.
Here we go. You take the head, I'll take the feet. It's heavy enough for an old man. They say every year adds half a pound of the bones. All right. Up she goes. I got it. Here we go. Funny thing. You're feeling through the sack. It's dead 12 hours and you're still warm. Yeah, only when I open this door. Oh, Lord, it's cold up here. This will cool him off. Have you got the weight? There it is. Tie it on. Around his feet. Yeah, that's right. Tight. See if you can do it any tighter. Yeah, that's all right. That'll sink him. All right, now. You ready? 1, 2. Wait a minute. Get nearer the edge. The last one was mashed on a rock, and we got the blame for it. All right. Come on. Easy. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo. Lately, I've been speaking of the increasing numbers of good home cooks who, after years of making their own soup, have put by their kettles and are now letting Campbell's make soup for them. Tonight, I'd like you to hear from a woman who is herself one of these good home cooks. She's Mrs. Barbara Roth of 2134 24th Street, Astoria, Long Island, who has come to our studio to tell you personally what she told us in a recent letter. Will you read it now, Mrs. Roth?
Ever since I can remember, we've had soup with our main meal every day. Mother and I would cook soup each Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, a 2-day supply each time. It was a big job and a long cooking procedure, but Mother has always insisted we need soup every day. About 6 months ago, we tried our first can of Campbell's soup. Well, the decision was unanimous in favor of Campbell's. Since that time, we've enjoyed not only the good taste of Campbell's soups, but also the easy way of preparing them. So I just don't wonder at all that people are giving up soup making at home. We've tried nearly every soup that Campbell's make and found each one such a treat, we thought you were entitled to know about it.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Roth. Indeed, we do appreciate knowing about it. Certainly, we at Campbell's are devoting time and care and all our skill to the making of soups worthy of a place at your table. And that's why I want to say to every other good home cook listening tonight, we'd like to make soup for you, too. If you haven't done so already, will you give us a trial? Try Campbell's chicken soup, for instance, for its deep, rich chicken flavor. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's practically a meal in itself. If you'll do this and let the fine flavor of these Campbell soups speak for itself to you and your family, I'm almost certain you'll say, well, soup is one thing I no longer need make in my home. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles.
In the late summer and fall of the year 1834, merchant vessels plying their trade between the south of France and the coast of western Italy arrived in port with a strange story. Some miles north of the Isle of Corsica, there was a small island known as the Island of Monte Cristo. Naked and barren, it offered no shelter for ships, no possible place for human habitation. Even the savage Barbary pirates who infested those waters were known to avoid its rock-bound, treacherous shores. From this island, a thin column of smoke was now seen rising day after day as from a fire, and a large ship was seen standing out to sea, flying no flag. On one or two occasions, when curious merchantmen attempted to approach the island, they were greeted with a cannon shot across their bows. Then one night the ship vanished. After that, there was no more smoke, and the island of Monte Cristo remained barren and deserted as before. September 1834. There arrived in Marseille a man of about 38 or 40 of a pallor that was almost livid. He gave the impression of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. Soon after landing, he inquired for an old man by the name of Dantes. And hearing that he had been dead for the past 14 years, he inquired for a tailor of the city called Caderousse.
My name is Caderousse, monsieur.
There are a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Yes? What makes you think I can answer them or that I want to?
This.
Oh, 1,000 francs.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm tearing this 1,000-franc note in two, my friend. One half is yours now.
But,
the other half will be yours when you've answered my questions. Monsieur Caderousse, in the year 1814 or 15, did you know a young sailor by the name of Dantes?
Sailor? Dantes? Yes. Why do you ask? Is he alive?
No. He died in prison.
Died, eh? What did he die of?
What do young, strong men usually die of in prison? He died of sorrow and a broken heart.
Oh, dear.
And here's the strange thing. To the very end, Dantes swore he was utterly ignorant of the cause of his imprisonment.
So he was, poor fellow.
Why do you say that?
For no reason. Go on.
I was with him when he died. And with his last breath, he begged me when I came to Marseille to clear his name, and he gave me the names of the people who were his friends. There are three, he said, besides my father and the girl I was betrothed to. One of them is you, Caderousse.
He said that?
The second man is a man called Danglars.
Danglars?
The third is a certain Fernand Mondiego.
Mondiego?
Yes. You know these men?
Know them. Listen. I could tell you something about those two. Not that it would do much good now that he's dead.
Who?
That young fellow you were talking about. The sailor, Edmond Dantes.
What do you mean? It wouldn't do him much good.
Just what I say. Do you know who sent Dantes to prison?
No.
Well, I do. Two men who were jealous of him. One for love and one for ambition. And you know who they were? I'll tell you. Mondiego and Danglars.
I thought they were his friends.
Yes, so he thought.
What did they do?
They denounced him to the police as a traitor.
And was he a traitor?
No more than you or I. But they knew he had a letter on him from the Emperor Napoleon in exile. Something his dying captain had given him, and it looked bad.
Which of the two denounced him?
Both. Danglars was the shot one. He wrote the letter, and Mondiego put the letter in the post.
What? When was this letter written?
In a cafe. The night before his wedding.
How do you know?
Were you there?
I was at the next table. They thought I was too drunk to hear them, but I heard them. They sent the letter to the magistrate, de Villefort.
Villefort? If you knew all this when they arrested him, why didn't you speak?
I was afraid, monsieur. I was afraid of what they'd do to me, those two. Danglars was the sharp one, but Mondiego was quick with his knife. Oh, often at the time I've repented it.
Well, now you've told the truth at last.
But Edmond Dantes is dead. He has not forgiven me.
He never knew what you'd done.
He knows it now. They say the dead know everything.
Yes. Now then, Caderousse, another 1,000 francs if you tell me the truth. You say those two gave him up because they were jealous of him.
That's right.
Why? Why was this Danglars jealous of him? They were shipmates.
Shipmates? How did you know that?
You told me just now. Why was he jealous of Dantes?
Danglars? Because he wanted his job.
Oh.
Yes, and they were mates together on the same ship. When the old captain died and the owners made young Dantes captain, Danglars never forgave him.
And the other one, this Mondiego, what did he have against Dantes?
A girl.
A girl?
Yes, a girl Dantes was engaged to marry. She was Mondiego's cousin, and he wanted her, too. And, well, when he got his chance to get young Dantes out of the way, he took it.
I see. And now tell me, what happened to those two, Danglars and Mondiego? Do you know them still?
Where in heaven's name have you been, my friend? There isn't a man in France who doesn't know them. Danglars a millionaire, has a banking house of his own. Baron Danglars, he calls himself now. And Mondiego's a baron, too, and a cabinet minister, and an officer of the Legion of Honor with a house in Paris a block wide. They've done pretty well for themselves, they have. And you'd think they'd remember their old friends, wouldn't you? But not they. They send the butler out with a 10-franc note. That's what they do.
Now then, tell me, how about this girl Edmond Dantes was betrothed to?
The girl?
Yes.
Mercedes?
Yes. Yes, that's her name. What happened to her?
Oh, that's a sad story. When Dantes was arrested, she was nearly mad with grief. Pitiful it was. 6 months went by, and there was no news of him, and every day there was her mother telling her that he was dead and telling her to marry Mondiego. She used to come to see old Dantes. Edmond is dead, he said to her. If he weren't, he would have returned to us. Then the old man died and left her quite alone. Still she waited, and still no word from him. Then, in the end, after a year, she married Mondiego. Now she's one of the greatest ladies in Paris.
A year? She waited a year?
What'd you say?
Nothing. Nothing. You say Edmond Dantes' father died?
Yes, soon after his son disappeared.
What did he die of?
And if you want to know what I think, he died of starvation.
Starvation?
The doctor had another name for it, but I know better. He locked himself up in his room and died of starvation.
Later that day, the stranger appeared at the town hall and asked to see the prison records for the year 1815. He obtained permission to go through the case of a certain Edmond Dantes, imprisoned that year and subsequently reported as dead. He read the examination and record and noted with surprise that the name of Francois Noirtier, to whom the fatal letter had been addressed, never once appeared in it. There was a notation in the margin which read as follows: Edmond Dantes, an inveterate criminal, be kept in complete solitary confinement and to be strictly watched and guarded. It was signed Francois Noirtier de Villefort. Below, in another hand, was written, prisoner killed while attempting to escape. That night, the stranger left Marseille, going north. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Ollie?
Yes, master.
Here are 100,000 francs. Spare no expense. Find out everything there is to know about those three Every move they've made, every word they've said, every line they've written.
Yes, Master.
Find out about their homes, their wives, their children, friends.
Yes, Master.
Find out where they got their power, how they made their money, whom they robbed, whom they cheated, whom they murdered.
Yes, Master.
One day in November, Baron Danglars, head of the banking house of that name, received a visit from a new client.
I have the honor of addressing the Count of Monte Cristo.
You have, Baron Danglars?
Have you been in Paris long, sir?
Since this morning?
I have a letter here, sir, from the firm of Thompson and French in Rome. A letter of credit in your name.
Good. Then I take it beginning today my checks will be duly honored by your house.
In this letter, there is one thing not quite clear.
Indeed.
According to this letter, the Count of Monte Cristo is to have unlimited credit on our house.
And what is there in that simple fact that requires explanation?
Merely that term, unlimited.
Are you suggesting that Thompson and French are not looked upon as solvent bankers?
Oh, no. It was not their solvency I spoke of, but the word unlimited in financial affairs is so extremely vague a term.
To me, Baron, the word means exactly what it says. It means without limitation.
Well, I assure you, sir, that up to the amount of $1 million...
I beg your pardon.
I assure you, should you at any time be hard-pressed, were you even to require $1 million francs...
1 million? Why, Baron, I always carry 1 or 2 million in some corner of my pocket. Expect me to call on you for 10 or 15 million on my first draft.
Well, I admit I hardly mean that.
If you would prefer not to handle this account, Baron Danglars, I have letters similar to yours addressed to Barings of London and Baron de Rothschild of the city. You need have no scruples in declining.
I assure you, I never entertained
No. You merely wish to be convinced that your stockholders ran no risk. Nothing more. Very sound, Baron Danglars. I understand they include some of the greatest names in France. Am I right? The Count de Mondiego?
Eh?
The Baron de Villefort?
It is not generally known that...
Oh, of course. Now we understand one another. I should like to draw tomorrow the sum of, shall we say, 6 million francs. Half gold, half note.
6 million francs? As you say...
If I should require more, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way, buy me tomorrow 10,000 shares of Austrian Commonwealth.
You have some information, sir, about this stock?
You will find, sir, that I never gamble, except in certainties. Villefort, Mondiego. Ali.
Yes, Master.
What have you found out about these men? One, Danglars.
Danglars, banker. 3 times bankrupt. Convicted of using charity funds. Recently suspected of plunging heavily with the funds borrowed from his own bank.
2, de Villefort.
De Villefort, formerly King's agent in Marseille, where he acted as Bonapartist spy under the name of Francois Noirtier.
Francois Noirtier.
Known to accept bribes. At present, Prosecutor General of King's Court. Said to speculate with funds borrowed from Danglars Bank.
3, Mondiego.
Mondiego, dismissed from naval service for theft. Tried for murder, 1816. Deserted French Army, 1824. Believed involved heavy losses, Danglars Bank.
Danglars, Villefort, Mondiego. 1, 2, 3.
Well, gentlemen, you're late, Villefort. What is it, Danglars? You sent for me in court. I hope it's something good this time. We need it. Just arrived. A private message for the Count of Monte Cristo from the firm of Thompson and French from Rome. They've never been wrong yet.
Does he know we intercept his messages, Danglars?
Who cares? What does it say? Read it, man. A secret treaty has been signed tonight. Anglo-Italian shares due sharp rise. Buy all available shares. Thompson and French. Well, we are going to buy.
Danglars, I'm worried. Everything we've touched has gone wrong lately. Those Belgian bonds we bought, we lost $500,000
Whose fault is that? On whose information were they bought?
Can I help it, Danglars, if the government changes
No,
its mind?
gentlemen. Our situation is desperate. We've got to plunge. We have no choice. If it were not for the Count of Monte Cristo's deposits, we'd have been bankrupt 3 weeks ago. Yes, you understand that? Bankrupt. If that money should be called for today or tomorrow or the next day, this bank is ruined.
Danglars, I don't see what that has to do with us.
You don't, eh? Well, if I go, you go. All of you. Make no mistake about that.
Oh, gentlemen, what do you propose to do about this, Danglars?
I propose to buy every share of Anglo-Italian that comes into this market.
With what?
With what? You forget, gentlemen, that the Count of Monte Cristo has 16 million francs on deposit in this bank.
Oh, yes, I see.
Well, what about this message of his?
Does the Count of Monte Cristo get to see it?
This message, gentlemen, was lost in transmission. Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian. 104.
Sold Danglar and Company. Sell 200 Anglo-Italian.
105. 110.
Sold Danglar and Company. Sell 500 Anglo-Italian.
110.
115. 150.
125.
Sold Danglar and Company.
Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian.
130.
135.
Sold Danglar and Company.
Buy 1,000 shares at 150. 175. 210.
215.
Anglo-Italian. I'll buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered.
Rarely has Paris been more intrigued than it was that winter by the mysterious Count of Monte Cristo. His wealth seemed inexhaustible, and it was said that for his carriage wheels alone he had paid 1 million francs. It was at the end of December that a great ball was given by the Baron Danglars.
Count of Monte Cristo.
Countess de Mondiego.
We have missed you.
In so short a time, madame.
A strange thought occurs to me.
Yes, madame?
It seems to me that you've been gone longer than I can say. It's an odd idea, Count, but I cannot shake it off.
You must think back, madame. Perhaps some half-forgotten moment in your past.
My past is not forgotten.
No? Then it is lost.
What's lost? What have you lost? Who are you?
You must forgive me, Countess. I have an appointment with your husband.
Tell me who you are.
Madame, I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Congratulations, Danglars. I got your message. Good day's work. Tell me, how much did we buy of Anglo-Italian? 62,000 shares. 62,000? Yes. How much profit does that show? So far, Mondiego, 3 million.
3 million?
3 million, yes, and it's only a beginning.
Who is selling?
That I don't know. I couldn't find out.
Baron Danglars?
Yes?
Count of Monte Cristo would like a word with you.
Tell him I can't see him.
Good evening, gentlemen. A charming party. I hope I do not intrude. Danglars, de Villefort, Mondiego, how fortunate. Gentlemen, I'm here to say goodbye to all three of you.
Goodbye.
I've decided to leave Paris for a while, perhaps forever. Before I go, there are certain things I've left to do. Baron Danglars, I'm in need of money. My credit on your books as of tonight is 16 million francs. That's about 4 million to cover certain stocks I sold short today. Here's a check for 10 million francs made out to cash. My carriage will be at your bank at 9 o'clock. I'll take half in gold and half in notes.
But surely...
I beg your pardon.
Sir, such a very large
Yes,
sum.
a very large
If
sum.
you could conveniently wait for this money for 24 hours, or at the most, 48.
I have told you, Baron Danglars, I am leaving Paris in the morning. Oh, by the way, Baron, you will be interested to learn that less than an hour ago, Anglo-Italian went into liquidation. Yes, liquidation. This moment, that stock is worth less than the paper on which it is printed.
The message from Thompson and
That
Frank.
message was sent on my instruction 3 days ago. You see, gentlemen, I own Thompson and French.
But isn't it true about the treaty?
As far as I know, Mondiego, there was not any question of a treaty. It means that you three gentlemen are ruined. It means that you, Danglars, have robbed the poor and the helpless for the last
I'll
time.
prosecute you with this. I'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
I don't think you will, Baron de Villefort. In the first place, that message was addressed to me. In the second place, since noon today, there has been in the hands of the Minister of Justice a complete record of the career of Francois Noirtier, also known as Baron de Villefort. Spy, thief, forger, informer.
Who are you?
Who am I, Mondiego? Still you don't know. I know you very well, Fernand Mondiego. And tomorrow all Paris will know you for what you are. Deserter, traitor, murderer.
Who are you? What have we done to you?
What have you done to me?
You condemn me to a slow, horrible death. You killed my father. You deprived me of love, of freedom, of happiness.
What is your name?
I have but to pronounce it, Mondiego, to strike you to my feet. Look at me, Fernand Mondiego. I am the specter of a wretch you buried in the dungeons of the Chateau d'If. You guess it now, do you not? Or rather, you remember it? For notwithstanding all my sorrows and my tortures, I show you now a face which the happiness of revenge makes young again. A face you must often have seen in your dreams since your marriage, Fernand Mondiego, with Mercedes, my betrothed. Yes! I am Edmond Dantes. Countess Mondiego.
Yes, Count?
Your husband has been detained. There are matters of urgency which will not permit him to leave this house. May I see you to your carriage?
Yes, Count. I asked you a question. I wonder if your answer was the truth.
Madame?
The girl who made you suffer. I asked if you had forgiven her.
Yes. Yes, I've forgiven her.
And those who separated you? Do you still wish to punish them?
Madame, they have been punished. But my answer is still the same. It is not I who punished them. It was their own past.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. Just now, I'd like another word with you on something good to eat. You know, I really believe your very first spoonful of Campbell's chicken soup will be a revelation in how fine, how deep in chicken flavor a chicken soup can be. I'm prompted to say this because I know so well from having visited Campbell's kitchens what good things are in this chicken soup and how carefully it's made. To begin with, unlike most chicken soup made at home, Campbell's use not some, but all the choice meat of selected plump chicken. But apart from this one advantage, they follow closely the old home way of making chicken soup. They simmer the broth long and slowly till every golden drop is rich with chicken flavor. And then they measure in light, fluffy rice and add tempting pieces of tender chicken meat to complete your enjoyment. Now, doesn't that sound like a chicken soup you'd enjoy? I really believe it is. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Have it tomorrow, won't you? And now, here's Orson Welles with news of next week's story.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The native quarter, known as the Kasbah. As you look at it here, it's just a few lines on the map. But the reality is something stranger than anything you could have dreamed. It's only a step from the modern city to the Kasbah. But when you take that step, you enter another world. A melting pot from all the sins of the earth, a crawling anthill, a jungle of houses, a labyrinth of narrow passages and winding alleys, rotten with vermin and decay and the filth of centuries. No one knows what mysteries are hidden behind those walls. No one knows what crimes and hopes are buried in those secret courtyards. 40,000 inhabitants from all over the world, Chinese, Gypsies and Chicos, Slavs far from home, and Maltese, Negroes from every corner of Africa, Sicilians, and Spaniards, hot-blooded and quick to hate, and women Women of every age and of every shape. Women caught in the net of the Kasbah. The Kasbah which rises like a fortress from the sea, colorful, sordid, and dangerous. There isn't just one Kasbah. There are hundreds, thousands. And in that labyrinth, Pepe El Moco is at home. And he's safe as long as he stays there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the introduction to next week's broadcast. It's what Detective Slemaine tells the detective from Paris about Pepe Le Moco, one of the greatest criminals the world has ever known, who found himself one of the most successful hideouts, a criminal ever unearthed. The Kasbah. That ought to do for the Oriental music. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kasbah is the scene of next week's broadcast. The title, which we have neglected to mention, is the name of one of the weirdest, wildest places on the globe and one of the best romantic adventure stories ever put on the screen. Algiers. You remember it from the French picture and from Walter Wanger's wonderful American picture. Our guest next week, the lovely Paulette Goddard. Please join us. Until then, till next Sunday night, until the Kasbah and Pepe Le Moco, at the same time, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
Tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Count of Monte Cristo, Orson Welles played the part of Edmond Dantes, The Count of Monte Cristo. The part of Carterus was played by Ray Collins. Everett Sloane was the Abbe Faria. Frank Reddick was Villefort, and George Caloris was Danglars. The part of Mondiego was played by Edgar Barrier, and that of a jailer by Richard Wilson. Agnes Moorehead played Mercedes. The music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and directed by Bernard Herrmann. The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our adaptation of that colorful and successful motion picture story, Algiers, with Orson Welles and Paulette Goddard. Remember, Campbell Playhouse next Sunday evening. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
No matter what your favorite entertainment is, you'll always find it on the Maxwell House Showboat. The ticket of admission, as always, just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. Tonight, guests of the Showboat, I'd like to put on a little scene concerning something we've been talking about ever since hot weather began. The friendly stimulation of a tall, tinkling glass of iced Maxwell House coffee. As our curtain rises, we see a golfer step inside his front door at home. His wife calls to him.
Well, dear, how was your game? Pretty hot day, wasn't it?
Hot as right. And the game just so-so as usual. Oh, goodness, Mary, I feel all in. Tired. Those last two holes took everything I had. Even the shower didn't seem to help much. Guess I'll just sit down in the easy chair and rest a bit.
I thought you'd be feeling kind of low and played out, dear. So I'm repeating the wholesome little ceremony you liked so much last week.
Yeah? What's that?
The most refreshing drink there is. This'll buoy you up all right. And afterwards, I'm sure you'll feel that your exercise was well worthwhile. Here you are.
Iced Maxwell House coffee, huh? I tell you, Mary, this certainly does hit the spot. Certain? And, ladies and gentlemen, in golf and tennis clubs, around swimming pools, in the locker rooms at the baseball parks, at the beaches, wherever people are active this summer, you'll find a growing custom. People are drinking iced Maxwell House coffee. And you'll enjoy it, too, whenever you need refreshment. A cooling drink of iced Maxwell House coffee with its friendly stimulation that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The NBC Theater presents
assignment, production, The Exile. Director, Max Opels. Star, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of the adventurous legend, The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. The statement that art acknowledges no national boundaries is particularly true of the motion picture medium. Thus it is with a great deal of pleasure that the NBC Theater welcomes tonight a director who received his film education in Germany and France. In him is exemplified the rare combination of talents which are the starting point of the screen director's art. Among his American motion pictures are Letter from an Unknown Woman, the soon-to-be-released production Caught, and, of course, tonight's story, The Exile. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Max Opels.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased and flattered that tonight the Screen Directors Guild presents The Exile, with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the screen role of Charles II and Jeanette Waldo as Kay. For many years, I have had an idea about how history should be presented in the dramatic form, and The Exile is that idea come to life. For me, over centuries, parts of history take on the flavor of an old ballad, singing the deeds of brave men who lived in a kind of fairyland. But if such a quality is to be placed upon the screen, it requires a special sort of actor. He must possess a certain flair, a certain something I can call only Fairbanksism. Fairbanksism is a very vital substance in movie making, kind of glorious energy which escapes from most of us when we lose the dreams of childhood. Well, fortunately for this idea, Douglas Fairbanks came to me one day and he said,
Max, I want you to direct a picture for me. Listen, I'll tell you the story. The story begins on a stormy night in the year of our Lord, 1660. It's night, a storm with thunder and lightning, a slashing downpour of rain, and a horseman. A horseman fleeing across Holland in the middle of the 17th century. The fate not only of a nation is riding tonight, but of a way of life. A horseman riding the whole fugitive night. And the name of that horseman, Charles II, exiled King of England. In the bright morning, the exiled king is at his ease, pretending to sleep on the bank of a Dutch canal. Pretending to sleep because an enemy, a mounted man in a black cloak and a round hat, with ascetic, suspicious eyes, is riding slowly toward him. Stops without dismounting.
Yo, peasant.
Huh? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Greetings in God's grace.
Greetings.
And have you seen aught of a man about 2 yards high with black hair and impudent manner?
Excuse me, but I am a stranger here, far from home, and enjoying the hospitality of these Netherlands.
English?
Indeed.
Far from home? For what reason?
My health.
God heal you, sir. And have you seen aught of the fugitive English King Charles Stuart, banished from England and hiding here?
What? That scoundrel among men, that lazy, self-indulgent wastrel of... Imagine England in the hands of a man like that, eh?
Not if Cromwell's men discover him. You have not seen him?
Is he about?
We found his horse wandering exhausted in a wood.
Knave, tyrant, tormentor of dumb beasts. I'll speed you on your search, sir. And may you and Charles II come face to face, one day not far off.
We shall. Farewell. Farewell. Health and a long life, countrymen.
My thanks, countrymen. My thanks. Ah, I must be on the move. But where? Where?
You there on the bank.
Oh. Ahoy, canal boat!
Can you help me? I can't keep this barge in midstream.
Keep it headed straight. I'll jump aboard from the bridge.
Well, hurry.
Plenty of time now, lass. Plenty of time. Now, steady as you go. Steady.
I'm trying.
All right. Now. Quick, hand me the pole.
Here.
Good.
Hold it against your shoulder.
I see.
And push.
I have it now.
Oh, that's so much better. Jan would have been furious if I had grounded his barge.
Jan? Who's Jan?
He owns the boat. He lets me use it if I haul his cargo.
Is he your master?
My cousin.
Healthy?
Very.
Muscular?
A huge man.
And he lets you do his heavy work, does he?
He owns the farm next to mine, and he owns the debts on my farm and my inn. 3,000 guilders I owe Jan.
You have a farm and an inn, eh?
Ever since my father died.
Tell me, this farm and inn of yours, is it close?
Not yet. I must anchor another night.
Good.
Why?
I find leisurely travel sometimes very soothing. And you need help with this barge in swollen waters, don't you?
Yes.
Good. Well, I come from a seafaring nation. Consider me your crew. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. Here will we sit and let the sounds of music creep in our ears.
How pretty. What is it?
William Shakespeare, a poet who had his day, 50 years ago. Soon forgotten, but while he sang right beautifully.
Oh. Charles.
Hmm?
I was just trying the name.
Try it again.
Charles.
Again.
Was not your English king named
Scottish king. Charles Stuart, and a Scot.
They say he was a most scandalous man.
A little rakish at times, but not too bad.
They say it is dangerous for an Englishman to side with the exiled king in these times.
Well, it's a little inconvenient at times, yes, but that is why I wonder, Mistress Katie, if I could hide with you for a while.
How?
Why, I could work on your farm and at the inn. I should ask nothing in return but shelter and board. Now, tell me, how would you say, could you use an extra man in Dutch?
Kunt u een extra man gebruiken?
Could you an extra man...
Gebruiken.
Well, could you?
Yes.
Good. Good.
How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. It is very lovely.
You are lovely.
Are you sure he will be soon forgotten, this Willem Shakespeare? If he says such true and lovely things?
For weeks, the exiled king works at Katie's farm and inn, willingly, even gladly, performing the most menial labor. Only his Cavalier friends in The Hague have been told of his new hideout. And now, one day again, history writes the Dutch lowlands.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde, old friend.
I have news from England.
Come. Hyde, you might have been followed here.
Aye, but the news warrants great risks.
Oh?
Your Majesty, General Monk has declared for us.
General Monk? On our side?
Even now, his army marches against the Roundheads. England is split into more factions than ever. And General Monk thinks the country would rally to your side if you returned now.
Return? Now?
At once, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, Hyde. No.
But with Monk on our side now, how can we fail?
I said no, Hyde.
These men are hungry. They yearn for home and family.
I know.
10 long years in exile.
I know that, too. Bitterly enough.
Is this a time to show hesitation and fear and doubt?
Fear? Who speaks of fear? Great heaven, man, for 2 years after Cromwell killed the king, my father, I fought and met defeat, wasting the blood of men who trusted in me. And all because our hopes were false. False! I was told the three kingdoms would rise behind me to a man until I faced the enemy. And I was left alone with a handful of men. Brave men, but beaten beforehand and doomed in advance by false hopes. False hopes, false starts, false promises. And always the blood of free men uselessly forfeit. Now, I'll go home, Hyde, when I am freely called by all my countrymen. And not before.
The men are ready now. They call you leader, king.
King? What good's a king who's only king to some?
So be it, sire. There is other news, not quite so favorable. Colonel Ingram is in Holland.
Ingram? Here? That is evil news.
If there is one man in Christendom I fear above another, that man is the executioner Ingram.
Describe the man to me so I'll know him if we meet.
Think of the face and habit of death, and that is Ingram. His skin is parched and yellow like a dead man's. His lips are a straight white gash across his face, and his eyes burn with a light like grave worms in their bony sockets.
A consecrated man.
A fanatic, fearing nothing.
Naturally, what is death himself to fear?
Charles, if you will not return to England, then flee.
Flee Ingram? I think not, Hyde.
No, otherwise the cause is lost, Your Majesty.
Flee where? Holland is overrun with Cromwell's spies and swordsmen. Besides...
Charles, where are you?
Besides, I like it here. In spite of Ingram.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels.
Two more weeks of idyllic pastoral life on Katie's farm. Then one afternoon, Charles is fishing in the canal, for if a cat may look at a king, then a king may look for a catfish. Unheard by him, a figure dressed in tarnished regal clothing moves up behind him, leading a moth-eaten horse.
Are you a Hollander?
Huh?
A Dutchman?
Huh? Oh, good day, sir, good day.
I'm told there is an inn hereabouts.
An excellent inn, my lord. I know, for I work there.
Ah, but you're English.
True.
What is your capacity at the inn?
I have been promoted to overseer.
Excellent. A fellow exile and an overseer. Tell me, what costs bed and board to a fellow countryman, you know?
2 guilders a night.
2 guilders. Suppose I tell you in all confidence, and that when I have spent the night at your inn, you may charge the next guest 20 guilders without protest, for you may tell him honestly, a king slept in this inn. Eh?
King? Which king?
Look at me. And though these English garments be the worse for hardship, and though my lineaments be weathered and war-beaten, say if you can that you do not recognize your king, Englishman.
Not Charles Stuart.
And the wandering, exiled Stuart. Yes.
Oh, sire.
Arise and lead me to your inn. You and your employer shall be rewarded handsomely someday.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did you finally get His Majesty, our guest, to sleep?
Finally, yes.
He is very indiscreet for a fugitive, Charles.
Very indiscreet.
Letting all those strangers in the tap room know who he is, but swearing us to secrecy.
I tell you, he'll bring Cromwell's Roundheads down on us looking for him.
Charles, he worries me. He told me he wants you with him when he invades England again.
Oh? And when may this be?
He said soon.
Uh-huh.
It's all so stupid and wasteful. There are far better things to do than quarrel over politics and kingdoms and all that rubbish.
We disagree there, Katie. England is a nation of some 7 million people who depend on their leaders. We We owe them some sort of debt of...
Debt nonsense. You men will always find some excuse to start fighting and to be very proper about it. Debt indeed. Now, I have a debt, a real one that you can count and that means something to plain people. 3,000 guilders.
I know.
I gave you a job and shelter when you wanted it, and now you plan to leave me for that beerhead.
If my king calls me, Katie,
You will desert me.
I will follow my call.
Then I will not need your services any longer, Charles.
I'm dismissed?
Yes.
Now?
I will not spend my time and my money teaching you farming and management of an inn and see it all go to waste over politics. It is best you leave before...
Before what?
Before I come to depend on you too much.
I understand. I'll leave in the morning. Good night, Mistress Katie.
Come in, please.
Ingram.
The face and the habit of death, and that is Ingram. Like a dead man's, his mouth a straight white gash across his face. And that is Ingram.
Ingram?
Do you work at this inn?
Yes.
English?
Yes.
I've seen you before. Somewhere.
It may be.
Tell me plainly, of which party are you?
Party?
The parliamentary party?
You mean the Roundheads?
Do you call them so?
Candidly, sir, if I ever see my home again, I shall belong to no party. I have recently renounced politics.
Then perhaps I can trust a man without any convictions.
I suppose that depends on the trust.
I am looking for a man whose face I have not seen in many years. Rumor places him hereabout. His name is Charles Stuart.
You refer to the king?
We call him Charles Stuart.
What? Who down there takes the name of his sovereign, Charles II of England?
The fool, the pompous idiot.
And what is this? A despised Roundhead in the royal presence? Bear your head. Bear your head, I say.
I remove my hat only in the presence of God and in the presence of death.
Sire, this gentleman here is looking for an uncrowned king. The gentleman's name is Ingram.
The executioner?
Your servant, sire.
I'll retire to my room.
Wait.
I'm tired.
You shall sleep soundly.
Oh, no.
Draw your sword.
No. Please, I'm not really the king. I'm not the king. I'm an actor. Dick Pinner. Pinner's my name.
Draw your sword.
But I'm just an actor. A poor, out-of-work actor. Believe me, please, believe me.
Enough, Ingram. The jest is over.
What jest?
Oh, can't you tell a knave from a king? Look at me, Ingram. Look at me. Spare this craven fool clowning for his keep and look at me. Surely you know a Stuart when you see one. Look at me.
To be sure. Stuart. To be sure.
Pinner, slide me your sword, quick. Thanks. Ah, see how it is to deal with an armed Stuart for a change.
Charles Stuart, I charge you to surrender. You are trapped, Stuart. My men surround the inn.
In my service at this inn, I learned a famous recipe for rabbit pie. It goes like this. First, catch the rabbit. Hey. And keep a firm grip on your sword. Remember it, Ingram. Long live the king!
Robbins, Thurlow, all of you! Colonel Ingram, after him, men, dead or alive!
Oh,
Wait here, Robbins.
who are you? What is the meaning of this?
You are the mistress of this inn.
What if I am?
Where is he?
Who?
The Englishman who works here.
If you mean Charles, my retainer...
Where is he?
What right have you to invade a Dutch house and hound a hard-working man to death because he is loyal to his king?
Don't play the fool with me. He is the king.
Charles? The king?
It's plain you're innocent in that matter. But mind you, don't shield the man if you would remain innocent in the matter.
What now, Colonel Ingram?
It's plain from her manner that Stuart's more than handyman to her. Watch her. She'll lead us to him.
Katie, you shouldn't have come here. They'll not admit to search around this windmill.
Charles, that man with the face like a skull, he told me who you are.
And let me tell you in a few moments what I wanted to spend my life telling you. I love you, Katie. Above all things, deeply and gratefully.
Gratefully? Why?
Because in your love, I've found a few precious moments of shelter. I've learned from you another life than fear and flight and battlefields and parliaments. If I should die, remember that I loved you. Not as King Charles, doubtful monarch of a restless realm, but as Charles, master of his own soul.
Charles, look, they're coming.
I knew it. Quick, inside the mill. Here. Against this wall. Hide. Behind these sacks.
Robbins, guard the door. Thorough around the back. I'll meet the Stuart single-handed.
He's coming in alone.
God be with you, Charles.
Charles Stuart.
Stuart, how will you die? I give you this chance to face me alone, for I would relish killing you with my own blade. Stuart!
I am here. Defend yourself, killer.
Rejoice, O England. Thy deliverance is at hand.
Oh, well spoken, sir. You write your own epitaph.
We'll finish this alone, you and I.
You'll die for that vanity.
I'll live for my beliefs.
And I for mine. Back, Inquisitor. What? You give ground to a Stuart? Back, I say, back.
Rusty.
Rust, Ingram, is the color of old blood. Your crimes are upon you, killer. Back! Up the stairs!
Blasphemer!
Back!
Heretic!
Back, I say! Up!
Ungodly Stuart!
Why? Because I think God made men free?
Die!
Another time, Ingram. Not just now.
Die! You must die if England is to live.
Rot. England will live no matter what happens to either of us. On guard. Killer!
Charles?
It's over, Katie.
Thank heaven. Charles, listen. Outside.
There's trouble. And surely Roundheads do not make trouble for other Roundheads.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hide. How? What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, thank God you're safe. I bring great news, great news.
Oh?
A new free parliament has, on behalf of all the people and all beliefs, asked you to return to England as their king.
No. They accept my terms. Religious freedom for all and all the rest.
Everything.
Will you leave me alone with Katie for a moment?
Your Majesty.
Katie.
I know, Charles.
What shall I do?
What your heart tells you, Your Majesty.
Charles, no, Charles.
Your Majesty. You are my Charles, but you're their king. And they are so many, and I am one.
But if that one is all...
Your people are hurt. There are many wounds for you to tend.
But what will happen to you?
I will have many things to do. I'm going to plant more tulips in the west field bordering the road, and my inn will be famous now. And I shall pay my debts.
Katie.
And my memories will be my greatest fortune.
And mine. And all these memories I'll put like rose leaves in a box. And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
Charles, England is at the door.
Coming. Goodbye, Katie. One kiss.
To last forever.
Coming. Coming.
Gentlemen, the king.
And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, with Janet Waldo, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the world-famous screen director Alfred Hitchcock, introducing the delightful comedy Mr. and Mrs. Smith, with Robert Montgomery in the starring role. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Douglas Fairbanks and Janet Waldo, and screen director Max Opels.
Doug, this has been the way you told me the story?
Yes, yes, and you said you'd direct the picture.
It must have been quite an experience for two such talented artists as yourselves to work together.
Yes, there's one of Mr. Fairbanks' accomplishments I shall never forget.
His acting?
Sure, and his practical jokes.
Why, Max, how can you say such a thing?
Well, one day I had a birthday, and they bring me such a beautiful cake on the set. But when I tried to cut it, a disaster.
Why?
It was made out of wood. Very embarrassing. But when Doc brought out a real cake, then we had a nice party.
Well, you see, we really loved you after all, Max.
So nice. And, but for your practical jokes, I forgave you when I saw your latest picture, The Fighting Old Flynn.
Did you like it, Max? I'm very glad. It's to be released next month, you know.
Yeah, I liked it very much. Miss Waldo, it's about a dashing, romantic Irishman who does the most amazing things you have ever seen, just to win the lady he loves.
It sounds wonderful. Mr. Fairbanks, I understand that besides starring in The Fighting O'Flynn, you also wrote it and produced it.
Well, yes, that's right. But I hope you enjoy it too, Janet. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night, Max.
Good night.
And good night to you, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Janet Waldo, and Max Opels. Tonight's cast included Raymond Burr, Carl Harbord, Paul McVeigh, Joe Grandy, and Lou Krugman. The Exile was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, your announcer, Frank Barton. The Exile was presented through the courtesy of the Fairbanks Company and of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Crisscross, starring Burt Lancaster, Yvonne DiCarlo, and Dan Duryea. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
To think just what that means. Of course, it means many things. Our traditions of freedom, our democratic government, and our system of justice. But a fundamental part of the American way is our economic system. Our economic system is not perfect, That's a simple historical fact. But the American economic system has brought greater material means for happiness to more people than any other system the world has ever known. Especially in these critical times, all of us should work to defend and improve this system. And the best way to defend and improve our economic system is to learn how it works. You can get a free booklet explaining our economy by writing to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. Just write to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, and ask for your free copy of The Miracle of America.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you one of the most delightful fantasies ever presented on the screen, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, for which Walt Disney won the 1937 special Academy Award.
Once upon a time, there lived a lovely little princess named Snow White. Her vain and wicked stepmother, the queen, feared that someday Snow White's beauty would surpass her own. So she dressed the little princess in rags and forced her to work as a scullery maid. Each day, the queen consulted her magic mirror.
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
And as long as the mirror answered,
"You are the fairest one of all,"
Snow White was safe from the queen's cruel jealousy. But one day, the queen looked into her mirror, and there were flames crackling instead of her reflection. And the queen clutched her heart in fear and asked the same old question.
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but hold, a lovely maid I see. Rags cannot hide her gentle grace. Alas, she is more fair than thee.
Alas for her, reveal her name.
Lips as red as a rose, hair as black as ebony, skin as white as snow.
Snow White!
Poor Snow White knew nothing of the queen's jealousy. She was alone with her friends, the white pigeons, who were watching Snow White as she peered down into the old wishing well.
Want to know a secret? Promise not to tell. We're standing by a wishing well. Make a wish into the well. That's all you have to do. And if you hear it echoing, your wish will soon come true. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today. I'm hoping, and I'm dreaming of the nice thing he'll say. Ha 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 ha. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today.
Did I frighten you?
You mustn't. I'm afraid.
Wait, please. Don't run away.
Now that I have found you, hear what I have to say. One song, I have but one song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constant and true. One love that has possessed me. One love thrilling me through. One song my heart keeps singing of one love only for you.
Good night, Snow White.
Sweet Prince, good night. Dearest Prince, good night.
Sweet Prince, dearest Prince. Ah, I'll take care of that. Go, send for my huntsman.
Your Majesty, I heed your call.
Huntsman, I command you, take Snow White at once to the forest and kill her, and bring back her heart in this box.
What's that? Who's there? Who comes through the forest? Oh,
Don't try to run, I have you trapped.
Huntsman, what are you doing here? Why do you glare at me so?
Oh, I can't do it. I beg your highness forgive me.
But what were you going to do?
Kill you with this knife and cut your little heart out. The queen is mad, jealous of you. Now quickly, child, you must run.
But I know not where to run in this dark, terrible forest.
Run into the deep forest and never, never come back again.
Have a care. I'm old, gnarled, and sinful. I'm an ancient oak tree.
Oh, no. Please, Mr. Oak Tree, let me go.
I see you, Snow White, for I see better in the dark. You can't get away from my bat.
Oh, no, please, let me go. Let me go. Have a care, Snow White. You can't escape my entangling leaves. I'm a green fern to trip you. Oh, let me go. Please, green fern. Let go of my ankle.
Don't try to fool a wise old owl.
No, wise owl. Don't glare at me so. No. What beautiful birds. And what happy little animals. But where am I? In the forest. Oh, thank you, little bird. I'm so ashamed. But I was so frightened, and I made such a fuss. You want me to feel safe, don't you? Well, I do. And I'm sure I'll get along somehow, thank you. But I do need a place to sleep tonight. And I can't sleep in the ground or in the trees like you can. Maybe you know where I can stay. You do? Will you take me there? Oh, thank you. You lead the way, and I'll follow you. Oh, what an adorable little house. Just like a doll's house. Hello? Anybody home? May I come in? Ooh, it's dark inside. I guess there's nobody home. Let's go in and see him. Why, there's 7 little chairs. And from the look of this table, 7 untidy little children. And just look, cobwebs everywhere. Oh, what a pile of dirty dishes. Yes, it is awful. I know. We'll clean the house and surprise them, because maybe they're orphans. And if they know I can help them keep house, maybe they'll let me stay. Oh, look, here's a broom. I'll just get to work right now. Just whistle while you work. And cheerfully together we can tidy up the place. Just hum a merry tune. It won't take long when there's a song to help you set the pace. And as you sweep the room, imagine that the room is someone that you love. Then soon you'll find you're dancing to the tune. Just whistle while you work. When hearts are high, the time will fly, so whistle while you work. What adorable little beds they have. And look, they have their names carved on them. Doc, Happy, Sneezy, and Dopey. What funny names for children. Grumpy, Bashful, and Sleepy. Oh, my sleepy. Guess I'm a little sleepy myself. Guess I better lie down and close my eyes for a while. For just a little while.
And who were the 7 little orphans who owned the 7 little chairs in the little cottage in the forest, and the 7 little beds upstairs, and the 7 little plates and saucers? Why, they were the 7 little dwarfs who lived in the cottage and who worked all day in a mine. And while Snow White was tidying up the little cottage, the 7 little dwarfs were coming home from work.
For if you're feeling low, you positively can't go wrong with a hi. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. To make your troubles go, just keep on singing all day long. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. For if you're feeling low, you positively can't go wrong with a hi. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Jiminy crickets! Doors open! Chimney smoking! Something's in there! Maybe a ghost.
Or a goblin, Happy.
No, it's a demon. Or no, it's a demon. A demon, likely, Bashful.
Nope. I bet it's a dragon, Doc.
Mark my words, there's trouble a-brewing. Felt it coming all day. My corn's hurt.
Grumpy.
Well, Mahler, fool him. Don't fool. Follow me. We'll sneak up on him, men. Follow me.
Jiminy crickets! Fellers, it's a monster.
It covers 3 beds.
Well, let's kill it before it wakes up.
Well, which end do we kill? Look out! It's waking up.
What is it?
Gellers, it's a furl. Or fools, it's fellas, it's a girl.
Look out! She's moving.
Well, what do we do?
Hide!
Oh, goodness. I must have been asleep for a long time. Why, the children must have come home. Oh, you're not children. You're little men. How do you do?
How do you do what?
Oh, you can talk. I'm so glad. Now, don't tell me who you are. Let me guess. Now, you're Doc.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you're Bashful.
Oh, gosh.
And you're Sleepy.
How did you guess?
Of course, you're Sneezy. And you must be
Happy, that's me. And this is Dopey. He don't talk none.
Oh, she's trying to fool us with her charms, fellers. Take care.
Oh, that must be Grumpy.
Ask her who she is and what she's a-doing here.
Yeah, what are you and who are you doing? Or doodly, what are you, who are you, my dear?
I'm Snow White.
Snow White, the princess?
Well, tell her to get out.
Oh, please don't send me away. If you do, the queen will kill me.
That queen, she's full of black magic. We'll get into trouble.
Oh, she'll never find me here. And if you let me stay, I'll keep house for you. I'll wash and sweep and cook.
Cook? Apple dumplings?
Why, and crapple dumpkins.
Yes, and plum pudding and gooseberry pie.
Gooseberry pie? Hooray, she stays.
All right, then we'll get supper right now.
Hooray for supper! Hooray for supper!
Magic mirror on the wall, who now is the fairest one of all?
Over the 7 jowled hills beyond the 7th fall, in the cottage of the 7 dwarfs, dwells Snow White, fairest one of all.
Snow White lies dead in the forest. The huntsman has brought me this proof in the box. Behold her heart.
Snow White still lives, the fairest in the land. 'Tis the heart of a pig you hold in your hand.
The heart of a pig. I've been tricked. The blundering fool. I'll go myself to the dwarf's cottage in a disguise so complete no one will ever suspect. How? Where is my book of magic? Ah, so. Now the formula to change my beauty into ugliness. My queenly raiment into a peddler's cloak. Mummy dust to make me old.
So it's almost done. But now a toast to darkness. Oh, powers of evil, hear me. Send a blast of wind to fan my hate. A thunderbolt to mix it with. Now begin thy magic spell. I drink the fiery drink of hell.
Before continuing with the second part of Walt Disney's award-winning fantasy, Snow White, let's think for a moment how science is making many of our childhood dreams come true. Today, men really fly. Motion pictures glow with storybook color. And parents are grateful for a lesser miracle to them, almost as amazing as the others. Today, many children actually enjoy brushing their teeth. They like the cool, minty flavor of Squibb dental cream. Try it and you'll know why. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For pure Squibb dental cream wakes up your mouth, uncovers all the natural brilliance of your smile. That's because the active ingredient in Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. So keep your whole family smiling with Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, we will present the second part of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. But first, we wish to thank Walt Disney for making this production possible. Walt Disney is also producer of Make Mine Music, the new Technicolor production now having its premiere at the Globe Theater in New York City. And now, part 2 of Walt Disney's Academy Award-winning picture, Snow White.
Let's see what the Book of Magic would provide. A special sort of death for one so fair as Snow White. Now, what shall it be? Here is one, a poison apple. Sleeping death. Yes, it says, one taste of the poisoned apple, and the victim's eyes will close forever in the sleeping death. Good.
Let's do something.
Well, Happy, what What shall I do?
Oh, tell us a story.
Yes, tell us a story.
A true story.
A love story.
Well, once there was a princess.
Was the princess you?
And she fell in love.
Was it hard to do?
It was very easy. Anyone could see that the prince was charming. The only one for me.
Was he strong was he strong and handsome?
Was he big and tall?
There's nobody like him anywhere at all.
Did he say he loved you?
And did he steal a kiss?
He was so romantic, I could not resist. Someday my prince will come. Someday we'll meet again, and the birds will sing, and wedding bells will ring. Someday when my dreams come
Midnight, the witching hour. Snow White sleeps, and the 7 little dwarfs are in their beds. But in the forest near the cottage in the moonlight, the queen, disguised as a toothless old hag, waits for dawn to break.
Dip the apple in the brew. Let the sleeping death seep through. But wait, there may be an antidote. Yes, nothing must be overlooked. Here it is. In the Book of Magic, the victim of the sleeping death can be revived only by love's first kiss. Bah! No fear of that. The dwarfs will think she's dead. She'll be buried alive. Buried alive!
Oh!
All alone, my pet?
Why, yes, I am. But
The little men are not here?
No, they're not.
Making pies?
Yes, gooseberry pies.
It's apple pies that make the men's mouths water. Pies made from apples like these.
Oh, they do look delicious.
Yes, but wait till you taste one, dearie. Drat these birds. What ails them?
I don't know. They're acting so strangely today.
They're making me nervous, and my heart is weak.
Oh, here, let me help you.
The birds are making me nervous.
Here, take my arm, Granny. I'll chase the birds. Go away. Shush. Go away. Please go away.
Hey, fellas, look at the birds. Something's wrong. They're all head up.
Hey, Craven, they've come from Snow White.
The old queen's got her. That's what's the matter.
Oh, she'll kill her.
Well, what'll we do?
Oh, come on, get those pickaxes and come a-running. We've got to save Snow White.
But, Granny, I didn't make my wish yet.
Take a bite, dearie. Take a bite.
I wish for my Prince Charming, and that he will carry me away to his castle, where we will live happily ever after.
Fine. Now take a big bite. Don't let the wish grow cold.
Oh, I feel so strange.
She bit the apple. Her breath will still, her blood congeal.
I feel...
It's done. Now I'll be fairest in the land. The 7 dwarfs, they know what I've done. I must escape. I'm trapped. The meddling little fools. They have me trapped. I can't escape. A cliff before me, a mountain behind.
There she is down there, fellers. Roll the big rock on her. All together, fellers. Heave!
No, you'll kill me.
Heave! There it goes.
I'll fix you for this. I'll fix you. I'll crush your bones.
Oh, we'll crush your bones, you old witch.
No, I'm lost.
The evil witch queen was gone, but when the 7 dwarfs found their beloved Princess Snow White, she was lying on the floor of the cottage. Her eyes were closed, and they gave her up for dead.
I'll never be happy anymore. I won't either, Happy. And I'll never sneeze again.
Poor Horse Knight, the Snow White. She was so kind to us.
She's so beautiful. We mustn't bury her. We'll make a coffin of glass and gold.
Yes. And we'll keep guard forever at her side.
Oh, poor lovely Snow White.
But the news spread abroad in the land, and soon the prince, who had searched far and wide for his true love, heard of the beautiful maiden who slept in the glass coffin, and he came mounted on his white horse to the sunlit glade where Snow White lay upon her beautiful couch.
Who is the prince on the white horse?
He looks wonderful, big and strong.
Maybe he's coming to see Snow White.
Why, it must be Snow White's charming prince. Don't stand there, fellers. Lead him up to her princess.
Snow White, it is you, my only one. At last I have found you.
Jiminy crickets, he's gonna kiss her.
Oh, at last you've come, my prince.
She's awake. She's awake.
My princess.
Snow White lives! Hooray! Hooray!
Someday when spring is here, we'll find our love anew, and the birds will sing, and wedding bells will ring. Someday when my dreams come true.
Come, dear Snow White. I shall carry you off to my castle.
Yes, my prince. And will you love me forever?
I love you forever and ever and ever.
Down through the ages, children and grown-ups, too, have learned from parables and stories many of the great truths which inspire and guide mankind. The House of Squibb has its own parable, an oft-repeated story that, for almost a century, has guided the conduct of its business. In the city of Baghdad lived Hakim the Wise One, and many people went to him for counsel, which he gave freely to all, asking nothing in return. There came to him a young man who had spent much but got little, and said, "Tell me, Wise One, what shall I do to receive the most for that which I spend?" Hakim answered, "A thing that is bought or sold has no value unless it contains that which cannot be bought or sold. Look for the priceless ingredient." "But what is this priceless ingredient?" asked the young man. Spoke then the Wise One, "My son, the priceless ingredient of every product in the marketplace is the honor and integrity of him who makes it. Consider his name before you buy." Through its adherence to this ideal of honor and integrity, Squibb has earned recognition all over the world as a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring Randolph Scott and Claire Trevor in Stagecoach. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Remember, next week, part of the country will go on daylight saving time. If your area stays on standard time, please consult your local newspaper for the correct time to hear Academy Award. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award. presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Humphrey Bogart and Greer Garson in The African Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When the Academy Award for Best Performance by an Actor was presented last March, a star who had built his reputation with great performances of gangster parts was among those nominated. And Humphrey Bogart won that award with great acclaim in the unusual role of the intemperate skipper of The African Queen. And as his co-star of this John Huston production, we have beautiful Greer Garson, another Academy Award winner. Tonight, Miss Garson will vary her popular role of the charming wife to play a straight-laced spinster. Naturally, Hollywood stars like to change the roles they play. But when it comes to complexion care, there's just one favorite, Lux Toilet Soap. Our most glamorous stars know they can count on daily Lux facials for the finest in complexion care. Care that really leaves skin smoother and fresher. So try Hollywood's own beauty care, Lux Toilet Soap. Now, The African Queen, starring Greer Garson as Rose and Humphrey Bogart as Charlie Allnut. The year is 1914, German East Africa, where Rose Sayer and her brother Samuel spread gospel of God. For more than a year, the missionaries have seen only one white man, Mr. Allnut, pilot of the African Queen, a filthy, dilapidated launch that gasps her way up and down the river.
Do have some more tea, Mr. Allnut?
Thanks, miss. I don't mind if I do. Just listen to this stomach of mine. I mean, the way it keeps growling and squealing, the way it sounds, you'd think I had a hyena inside of me.
You do take sugar?
Queer thing, ain't it? Now, what do you suppose makes a man's stomach carry on like this?
You're planning to stay overnight, Mr. Allnut?
Oh, no, miss. I got to get upriver and back to the mine. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, I probably won't be coming around this way for a couple of months.
But what about our mail?
Don't look like there's going to be any mail for a while on account of the war.
War? What war? Where?
Europe, miss. Germany and England.
England? You really mean war?
Yeah, that's what they tell me, Reverend.
But what do you know about it? What's happened?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, French are in it, too, and all them little countries, Austria, Hungary, Belgium. I forget who's with who, though.
Oh, brother.
Yes, Rose. I know.
This is Germany, East Africa. We're enemy aliens.
Now, what harm could anybody do the Germans in this God-forsaken place?
God has not forsaken this place, Mr. Allnut, as my brother's presence here will bear witness.
Oh, no offense, miss. Well, I'll be getting aboard the Queen and shoving off. Thanks for the tea, miss.
Goodbye, Mr. Allnut.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Oh, that wretched little man with his foul cigar.
His indifference about the war. He's Canadian. Doesn't he realize he's in this, too?
Shouldn't we try to get to Limbazi? I mean, while we can?
The shepherd does not forsake his flock when the wolves are prowling. We shall stay here, Rose.
Yes, brother. Yes, of course.
Come, dear, come. We shall pray.
Miss, it's me, miss. I come back a lot sooner than I said. Oh. So the Germans have been here too, eh?
Yes. They've been here, Mr. Ornat.
When I got to the mines at Limbazi, everything was a shamble. Deserted. Burnt to the ground, just like the village here. Reverend around, miss?
My brother is dead.
Oh, well, now ain't that awful. If them Germans will shoot a Reverend, there ain't nobody safe.
They were here 3 days ago. They didn't shoot him. They struck him, and his heart was bad, and...
Oh, well, that's certainly too bad, miss. That's all I can say. I tell you what, miss. You get your things together, we'll get aboard the Queen and clear out. Them Germans are sure to come back.
But why? Why should they come back?
Why, they'll be looking for the boat, miss, for the African Queen. She's not much, but they'd give a lot to get their hands on her, you bet. And for what's aboard her, too. Plastin gelatin, tin grub, cylinders of oxygen and hydrogen. Heaps of things I was bringing to the mine.
But where could we go?
Out there on the river, miss. Get behind an island where it's quiet and safe. We can talk about what to do then.
I'll get ready.
That's the ticket, miss. You bet. You come with me. Well, miss, so far so good. Here we are, safe and sound, as you might say. A nice shady spot and a nice lonesome spot. The question is, what next?
Quite, Mr. Allnut.
Now, we got heaps of grub aboard, 2,000 cigarettes, and 2 cases of gin.
Gin?
Why, we could sit out the war here if we wanted to. All the comforts are home, miss, including running water.
Mr. Allnut, we simply cannot remain off a backwater island until the war is over.
Can't we now, miss? Well, you've got the map there. Show me a way out and I'll take it.
The British will certainly launch an attack. Now, the only question is, which way will they come?
From the sea, maybe. Up the railway to Limbazi. Well, that'll put all them Germans between them and us.
Might not our troops come up from the Congo?
Miss, look. You see this lake on the map?
Yes.
That's 100 miles of lake, and there ain't nothing going to cross it while the Louise is there.
The Louise?
She's a 100-ton steamer, miss, and German. She's boss of the lake because she's got 6-pounders, the biggest guns in Central Africa.
Oh.
We're in a bit of a fix, miss, whichever way you look at it.
This river runs into that lake, does it not?
Yes, miss. Yes, it does. But if you got any ideas of getting there in this launch, you better get rid of them.
Why?
We can look at the map, miss. This here is Shona. The Germans have a fort at Shona. They blow us right out of the water, and before that, there's the rapids. 20 miles of water that's like it was coming out of a fire hose.
But it has been done.
Yes, miss, in a canoe. A fellow named Spengler, he almost...
Mr. Allnut, what did you say was in those wooden boxes?
Them? Them's blasting gelatin, miss.
Is it dangerous?
Bless you, no. That's safety stuff. Takes a detonator to set it off.
And what are those long torpedo-like things?
More stuff for the mine. Them's oxygen and hydrogen cylinders, miss.
Mr. Allnut, you're a machinist, aren't you?
Kind of a fixer, miss. Jack of all trades, like they say.
Could you make a torpedo?
How's that, miss?
Could you make a torpedo?
A torpedo? Ask me to make a dreadnought and do it upright, miss. A torpedo? You really don't know what you're asking. Why, there just ain't nothing so complicated as the inside of a torpedo. It's got gyroscopes and compressed air chambers.
But they're only to make it go, aren't they? Well, we've got the African Queen.
How's that, miss?
And if we were to fill those cylinders with that blasting gelatine, and then fix them so that they'd stick out over the end of this boat, and then if we were to run this boat against the side of the ship, well, they'd go off just like a torpedo would, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's right, miss.
Well, then we could point the launch towards the ship, and just before she hit, we could dive off, couldn't we?
Sure, miss. Absolutely, only there ain't nothing to torpedo.
Oh, but there is.
Is what?
The Louisa.
The Louisa? Oh, now, don't talk silly, miss. You can't do that. Honest, you can't. I told you before we can't get down the river.
Spengler did.
In a canoe.
If a German did it, we can do it.
Not in no launch, we can't.
And how do you know? You've never tried.
Well, I never tried shooting myself in the head, neither.
In other words, Mr. Allnut, you're refusing to help your country in her hour of need.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Just how would you put it?
All right, miss. Have it your own way. But don't blame me for what happens.
Very well, then. Let's get started.
Well, you mean now?
Now.
But there ain't 2 hours of daylight left, miss.
We can go a long way in 2 hours, Mr. Allnut.
But the boiler, the fire's gone out practically. We can't move till we get the old kettle boiling again.
Well, you're well stocked with firewood. Do so.
Oh, refusing to help your country in her hour of need. Could you make a torpedo, Mr. Allnut? Well, do so, Mr. Allnut.
Did you say something, Mr. Allnut?
Me, miss, I didn't say nothing, miss.
Anything wrong, Mr. Allnut?
That's just this old boiler, miss. She's leaking steam. See?
Oh. Why are you kicking the boiler, Mr. Allnut?
Feed pump full of rust and scum. She gets clogged up.
And that's all you have to do? Just kick it?
It's knowing how to kick her, miss. She gets peevish now and then, ever since I dropped a screwdriver down the safety valve.
What would happen if you didn't kick it?
The whole boiler'd blow up.
Then why don't you dismantle the safety valve and remove the screwdriver?
You know, I'm going to do that one of these days. The only reason I haven't up to now is that I kind of like kicking her. She's all I've got.
Well, she seems to be operating quite normally now.
Yeah, like I said, miss, all she needs is a good boot. Well, you ready to call it a day? It's kind of like a lagoon up ahead. It's a real nice place when the bugs ain't too bad.
I shan't complain, Mr. Allnut. We have much to be thankful for.
That's a fact, miss. It's like they say. It ain't never so bad that it can't be worse.
Mr. Allnut, do you suppose anyone has seen us?
Oh, there ain't nobody in these parts, miss, forgetting the beasts of the forest. Kind of hot, ain't it? I could do with a drink. I got an extra cup here, miss, if you're going to have one.
Oh, no, thank you. What is it?
Gin, miss. Gin. Something wrong?
No.
Well, if you're worried about there not being enough, why, there's 2 full cases aboard.
Oh, no, please.
Well, maybe you'd like a nice cup of tea.
Well, thank you.
You get real service on the African Queen. Hey, see this? Hot water all the time.
Out of the boiler?
It'll taste a little rusty, but then we can't have everything, can we? There you are, miss. Just add the tea to suit your taste, like they say on the box.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Well, now, you just sit and relax, and after a bit, I'll start thinking about supper. How long you been out here, miss?
In Africa? Oh, almost 10 years.
You ever get homesick?
Well, I'm afraid I have been homesick many times. It's Sunday afternoons that I think of most. The peace and the quiet of home.
On Sunday afternoons, I was always sleeping one off.
Sleeping one? Oh. What brought you to Africa, Mr. Allnut?
The Zambezi Bridge, miss. The whole boatload of us Canucks came over to work on it. Don't know yet what they wanted the bridge for, but then why did the chicken cross the road?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, miss. Yeah, sometimes I wish I was back, but then I remember how I'd have to be taking orders from somebody while out here. I'm my own boss. Well, drink your tea, miss. I'll go fix you some grub. Now, what do you think you're doing, miss?
Well, if I may draw some hot water from the boiler, I'll wash these dishes.
Mostly I just hold them over the side and let the current do the washing.
If you will forgive me, that's about what I imagine.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, eh, miss?
Is that so amusing, Mr. Allnut?
No, miss. You don't see no crocodiles around, do you?
Crocodiles? No.
No, it's too shallow for them. Well, I could do with a bath before I turn in.
I'd like a bath myself.
Well, now, you do the dishes back here, and I'll go off the bow. So long as we don't look, it don't matter. Well, how about it, miss?
Well, very well, Mr. Allnutt.
That's the ticket. I won't be a minute, just a slosh or two.
Mr. Allnutt! Mr. Allnutt!
Right here, miss. How's the water?
Oh, no. Stay just where you are. Oh, dear, I can't get back into the boat.
Well, I'll give you a hand, then.
Oh, I've been trying to climb up, but I can't. I'm afraid I do need help. Is that blanket still there?
Yes, miss.
Well, if you will please hold it up in front of you and close your eyes.
Well, I just got two hands, miss, and if I hold up the blanket...
Oh, then just close your eyes.
I got them closed, miss. Now, here, you grab my arm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but don't you dare move until I say so.
Oh, no, miss.
I bathed in my undergarments. You'll have to wait until I...
Now, it's all right, miss. It's all right. You just say when. Well, you feel better, miss?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Well, now, you better sleep here under the awning, miss, in case it rains. And here's a couple of rugs. There ain't no fleas on them.
Where will you sleep, Mr. Allnutt?
Me all forward, miss. And if it'll make you feel better, you can hang up one of them tarpaulins like a kind of a curtain, sort of.
Thank you. Good night.
I'll turn out the lantern if you're ready, miss.
I'm quite ready. Good night, Mr. Allnutt.
Good night, miss.
Mr. Allnutt!
Oh, I'm sorry I woke you, miss.
What are you doing?
Oh, I ain't doing nothing, miss. Just getting out of the wet.
Well, go away this instant.
Yes, miss.
Mr. Allnutt.
Yes, miss?
You may come in out of the rain if you wish.
Thank you, miss. Miss?
Yes?
I'm sorry I gave you such a turn.
Oh, that's quite all right. I didn't realize that you were just... how hard it was raining.
I won't get near you, miss. There's heaps of room.
Good night, Mr. Allnutt.
Good night, miss.
Before we return with Act Two of The African Queen, here's Francis Scully, popular Hollywood commentator.
Wasn't it a pleasure, Ken, to meet the famous swimmer Annette Kellerman on your program last week?
Oh, yes, indeed, Francis. She's a remarkable woman. No wonder Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer filmed her life story and called it $1 Million Mermaid.
Well, the film looks like $1 million in gorgeous Technicolor with stars like Esther Williams, Walter Pidgeon, Victor Mature, and David Bryan.
Esther Williams certainly does some sensational routines in those beautiful water ballets.
Oh, and she looks so glamorous, particularly in the famous one-piece bathing suit that shocked Boston in the 1920s.
Well, I thought it was an exceptionally good love story, too, Francis, with both Victor Mature and David Bryan in love with Esther Williams, as she becomes the toast of two continents.
Yes, and Annette Kellerman, Esther Williams, plays an exciting role, filled with glamour and romance in $1 Million Mermaid.
Well, I can't imagine a mermaid more beautiful than Esther Williams. In Technicolor, her complexion looks like $1 million.
And yet, Ken, Esther Williams' complexion care is one that every girl can use. It's Lux toilet soap. Like 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars, Esther's devoted to Lux soap care.
And when all these famous beauties agree on one complexion soap, you know it must do something wonderful for skin. Must really smooth and freshen your complexion. And that's just what Daily Lux Care does. Its skin tonic action helps your skin retain natural moisture. Even dry skin looks fresher, more appealing.
And Lux facials take only a minute. You just cream in the rich Lux lather, rinse warm, splash cold, and there your complexion sparkles.
Yes, girls, Lux Care is simple, but so effective that Lever Brothers Company guarantees it will improve any normal skin. So try these daily Lux soap facials. See how quickly your skin looks lovelier. Really Lux lovely. Now, here's our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The African Queen, starring Humphrey Bogart as Mr. Allnut and Greer Garson as Rose. It's the following morning, and the African Queen wheezes her way down the river. Mr. Allnut is at the rusty engine, administering with tools and frequent kicks of his experienced foot. And now suddenly what he is dreading is upon them. The sluggish river has turned into whirlpools and rapids.
Well, miss, how'd you like it?
Like it?
White water, rapid.
Oh, I never dreamed it.
I don't blame you for being scared, miss. Ain't nobody in his right mind ain't scared of white water.
I was about to say that I never dreamed that any mere physical experience could be so stimulating.
Huh? How's that, miss?
I've seldom known such excitement. A few times in my dear brother's tournament, when the spirit was really upon him, I felt...
Well, you mean you want to go on?
But of course I do.
Miss, you're crazy.
Oh, I must say, I'm filled with admiration for your skill, Mr. Allnut. Do you suppose that after I practice steering a bit more, that someday I might try?
Miss, let me tell you something. Those rapids back there ain't nothing to what's in front of it.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
But, miss...
Oh, now that I've had a taste of it, I don't wonder that you love boating, Mr. Allnut.
Boating? Excuse me, miss, I need a drink.
If something's the matter, please, I must know.
It's nothing you'd understand.
You're drinking gin again, Mr. Allnut.
Yes, miss, I sure am.
It's been such a pleasant day up until now. What is it that's driving you to drink, Mr. Allnut?
All right, I'll tell you. It's all your foolish talk about us going on into the lake, all this crazy talk about the Louisa. Well, we ain't gonna go.
Well, of course we are. What an absurd idea.
What an absurd idea. What an absurd idea.
Why don't you want to go on?
Because of the river and the rapids and then Shona.
Shona? Oh, yes. Well, Germans have a fort.
Yeah, you're darn right, Shona. Just one bullet in that blasting gelatin missing. We'd be little bits and pieces.
They will go by the fort at night.
Oh, no, we won't?
They will go by day. We could go on the far side of the river, speeding along just as fast as ever we can.
We ain't gonna go speeding along any place.
You agreed to go.
I never did. I never agreed to anything.
Mr. Allnut, you are a liar. And what is worse than that, a coward.
Oh! Coward yourself. You ain't no lady, no, miss. That's what my poor old mother would say to you. My poor old mother would say to you. Whose boat is this, anyway? I asked John because I was sorry for you. That's what you get for feeling sorry for people. Oh, I ain't sorry for you anymore. You're a crazy, psalm-singing, dried-up old maid.
Mr. Allnut, you are drunk.
Not half what I'm going to be, either. There was a bold fisherman set sail for Port Pimlico to catch the bold piggy and the game axe. Oh, miss. Oh, my head. Oh, how pity, miss.
Mr. Allnut, you are still intoxicated.
Oh, the gin. That's gin you're pouring into the river.
Indeed it is.
Oh, you don't know what you're doing, miss. I'll perish without a hair of the dog.
Look at you, reeling about helplessly.
Oh, my head. Oh, my head. I'm warning you, miss. That gin ain't your property.
It's no one's property now. 21 empty bottles floating on the waves. And I'm glad.
A criminal, that's what you are. Oh, I'll die. Then what'll you do? I'll suffer and die, and I'll float on the wave. It's all you're doing, you hear? You did it all. Oh.
Oh, it's you. Good morning.
I look different, huh? Yeah, I shaved. Oh, I see you're reading your Bible. Ah, it's a good thing to have a lady aboard, miss. Sets a man a good example. A man alone, well, he gets to living like a hog. And too with me, it's always put things off. But with you, miss, it's business before pleasure every time. I tell you, it's like an inspiration. And that old engine, I ain't got that old engine so clean in years. Just look at her, miss. You don't care. I only had some clean clothes like you. Now, you could be at high tea. Say, that's an idea, miss. How about a nice little cup of tea? How's the book? How about reading it out loud? I could do with a little spiritual comfort myself. And you call yourself a Christian, don't you? Don't you, huh?
You're behaving like an infant.
And how are you behaving? You're just plain mean. Man takes a drop too much once in a while. It's only human nature.
Nature, Mr. Allnut, is what we're put into this world to rise above.
I'm sorry. I apologize for getting so drunk. What more can a man do? Besides, you paid me back. Didn't even leave me a drop. Have a heart, miss. Say something. I don't care what it is, but you gotta say something.
So you think it was your nasty drunkenness I minded?
Oh, what else?
You promised me that you'd go down the river.
Miss, listen to me. There's death 1,000 times down there. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but don't blame me. Blame the river.
You promised.
Well, I'm taking my promise back. All right, miss, you win. As the crocodiles will be glad to hear. Down the river we go.
Thank you, Mr. Allnut. We're making splendid progress, Mr. Allnut.
Look over there.
Sure?
Not yet, miss, but soon over there's a crocodile waiting for his supper.
Which side of the river is Shona on?
Starboard, miss.
But good. Then the sun will be in their eyes. Oh, you're worried, aren't you?
Oh, not me, miss. I gave myself up for dead back where we started.
Well, that noise. What was that?
Well, that fort's closer than I thought. They're just letting us know they've sighted us. Their next shot's going to be closer.
Their aim's dreadful, isn't it?
Their aim will be good enough unless we turn back.
Mr. Allnut, I don't want to hear those words again.
Yes, miss. Now put your head down. We'll get rifle fire, too, in a minute.
Can't we go any faster?
Well, we're sure going to try, miss, and if it's all the same with you, start praying. We've made it! Look, we've made it!
Hooray, Mr.
Oh, we
Allnut.
sure put one over on them Germans that time, didn't we, miss? Oh, we showed them, miss. Hip, hip, hooray!
Was my handling of the boat all right?
Better than all right, miss. They were that surprised at seeing the old African queen. They didn't really start shooting till we were past.
Oh, those wonderful old boats.
Well, we're full of water, miss. We're battered and we're busted. You see these bullet holes? One through the steam hose and two in the boiler.
The engine stopped.
Long since, miss. But we can drift into them shallows, and I'll start pumping.
No, I'll pump while you go ashore for long.
Well, that would save us time. Thank you, miss. Here now. You watch close, and I'll show you the trick.
I've got almost all the water pumped out, Mr. Allnut. Come and look.
Just let me see you set these logs down. Oh. You've worn yourself out, miss.
Well, so have you.
Well, if it's all right with you, we'd better stay here till morning. Hey, where'd they come from? Them flowers.
Oh, I just couldn't resist them. I waded ashore and I picked them. Do you recognize them, Mr. Allnut? I've never seen them before.
Well, I can't say that I have either, miss.
What if no one ever has? What if they don't even have a name?
Well, name or not, miss, they sure are pretty. Here, put one in your hair. Catch.
Oh, dear. Oh, I dropped it.
No, I'll get it.
No, I can pick it up. Well, look at us. Hands and knees in 3 inches of water looking for a flower. I could laugh and cry and you kissed me.
Yes, miss. I sure did, miss.
You kissed me.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mr. Allnut. Mr. Allnut. Dear.
Oh. Hello, Rosie.
You've been napping. Supper's ready.
Rosie. Fancy you building a fire and all while I slept.
Dear, what is your first name?
Charlie.
Charlie.
Give us a kiss, Rosie.
Charlie, dear.
The more I look at this place, the prettier it gets. I expect it's about the prettiest place I've ever been to. Oh, not that I ain't all for going down the river, you understand?
Oh, yes, Charlie, I know.
Why, the sooner we blow up the old Louisa, the better. What I meant was I'd like to come back here someday.
Then you think we can do it?
Do it? Well, there's nothing a man can't do if he believes in himself. Never say die, that's my motto.
I've had misgivings, Charlie. I was beginning to think that perhaps the whole thing was a mistake.
How's that, miss? I mean, Rosie.
Well, I had a moment of weakness.
Oh, well, if you're feeling weak, Rosie, why, a day or two here on shore won't make any difference.
Oh, no. We'll go on and thank heaven for your strength, Charlie. Thank heaven.
Well, Rosie girl, looks like there ain't nothing can stop the old queen.
What about the propeller, Charlie?
Turning nice as you please, Rosie. I was going down the river just like Anthony and Cleopatra in their barge. This couldn't happen, Rosie, if it hadn't been for you. Don't you feel proud of yourself?
Certainly not. It's you, Charlie. It's all you. I don't think there's another man alive who could have done what you've done.
Oh, I'll never forget the way you looked when we was going over them rapids. Head up, chin out, hair blowing in the wind. The living picture of a heroine.
Oh, fancy me, a heroine. Oh, Charlie, you've lost your mind.
Lost my heart, too, sweetheart. Oh, what a time we've had, Rosie. What a time. We'll never lack for stories to tell our grandchildren.
Charlie, how much further do you suppose it is to the lake?
Well, there's no telling, Rosie. All depends on how much winding around this old river does.
The river's changed, hasn't it? And that smell. Why, it's like marigolds. Stale marigolds.
Not a very good smell for a flower.
They're very pretty, though, marigolds.
Rosie, look.
Another bend?
Oh, only that's all it was. Rosie, it's on all sides, nothing ahead but grass and papyrus as far as you can see.
The river doesn't stop up there. It can't.
Not according to the map, it can't. Only, how do you get through that stuff?
Charlie, they're islands. Thousands of tiny islands. But where's the main channel among them?
Don't look like there is one, Rosie. Just a sea of grass and a forest of weeds. Well, I better cut the engine.
Charlie.
What are we going to do, huh? I don't know, Rosie. Get into it and take a look around, I suppose.
Yes, dear, yes.
But once we're in, Rosie, and the grass and them reeds close up in back of us, there'll be no going back. If anything happens, we'll just sit there till we go off our heads with fever.
I know, Charlie.
So, you pays your money, and you takes your choice. Which is it, sweetheart? Straight ahead or turn around?
Straight ahead, Charlie.
We'll continue with Act 3 of The African Queen in a few moments. Now it's with great pleasure I introduce our guest, the lovely Zsa Zsa Gabor, who will soon be seen in United Artists' great new Technicolor picture, Moulin Rouge.
Hello, Irvin. You know, I've just returned from Paris. That's where the picture was filmed, because it's about the famous French painter Toulouse-Lautrec.
Yes, and his genius and reckless way he defied convention make one of the screen's most dramatic stories.
You know, José Ferrer plays the actor, and now the new French star Colette Marchand. plays the woman he loves. And I am Jean Avril, the famous singer and dancer in Toulouse-Lautrec's poster.
It's a spectacular picture, Zsa. In Moulin Rouge, producer John Huston captures all the flavor of Paris left bank and the colorful artist life.
Well, Zsa, you're a knockout in that red and white costume of Lautrec's famous poster. You set it off so perfectly with that creamy complexion of yours. It's a Lux complexion, I know.
Of course, Ken. I'm devoted to the Lux toilet soap facials. And I really appreciate Lux for my bath, too. Especially after making this picture. My dance number required 93 rehearsals. Was I tired? But my Lux bath completely refreshed me.
Yes, a bath with creamy white Lux soap is the quickest beauty pickup ever. It treats you to so many luxuries in one. First, there's the rich, abundant lather Lux gives, even in hard water. Second, there's that delightful mildness of Lux, the way its gentle lather leaves your skin so soft.
The luxury I love is the Lux perfume. It clings so long, yet is so delicate. Flower fresh.
Well, thank you, Zsa. Girls, try the big bath-size Lux toilet soap. Do it tomorrow. Be Lux lovely for the holidays ahead. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, AM and FM, New York.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The African Queen, starring Greer Garson as Rose and Humphrey Bogart as Charlie. For days now, the journey of the African Queen has been halted. Across the breadth of the river, like a towering living wall, is a jungle of grass and reeds, an endless morass through which 1,000 different channels twist and turn. And somewhere among them, Rose and Charlie are hopelessly lost.
Charlie, please, let me pole for a while.
It's no use, Rosie. All the channels we've lost, all the squirming and turning we've done. This river's crazy. Crazy as I am.
Oh, Charlie.
Sorry, old girl. Well, the only thing that will put the roses back in our cheeks is to get out of these reeds. I'll go over the side again. You pull, Rosie, and I'll push. Just keep her straight if you can, Rosie. Head her through the grass.
There must... Your main channel... Mustn't there? It just can't... disappear.
I'm sick of talking about it, Rosie. Or searching for it, or even...
Charlie! Leeches! Bloodsuckers! You're covered with them.
Ooh, my legs, Rosie, my arms. Ooh, the little beggars. Pull them off me. Rosie, help me.
Yes,
No, don't touch them, don't. Ooh, salt, Rosie.
Yes.
You pull them off and the head stay in. Poison the blood. Get the salt.
Yes, dear, yes,
Ooh, pour it over me. Pour the salt over me.
I am, Charlie, I am.
Ooh, they can't stand the salt. See, Rosie. Look, they're dropping off.
Oh, my poor Charlie.
Ooh. If there's anything in the world I hate, it's leeches. Oh, the filthy little devils.
You're bleeding.
Oh, it ain't nothing. The salt will kill the poison. Well, here I go.
Charlie, no. You're not going over again. No.
Take the pole, Rosie. We'll try again. Rosie. You still awake, Rosie?
I'm here, dear.
I'm awful cold, Rosie. Hot and cold. Chills and fever. Fine specimen of a man I am, ain't I?
You're the bravest man that ever lived. You're just overdue. That's all. Try to sleep. And when you wake up, we'll be on our way again.
On our way. Even if we had all our strength, we'd never get the boat off this mud. We're finished, Rosie.
I know it.
But I'm not one bit sorry I came. What I mean is, it was worth it.
Dear Lord, we've
come to the end of our journey. I pray for you to be merciful. Judge us not for our weakness, but for our love. And open the doors of heaven for Charlie and me.
Rosie, it's over, sweetheart.
It is?
The storm's over. Open your eyes, dear. It's daylight.
I wonder if I dreamed it, Charlie. If it was just a nightmare. I saw animals and birds running, screaming.
Oh, it's nothing you dreamed, Rosie. I never seen such a storm.
Charlie, what are you doing? You mustn't work, dear. You're not strong enough yet to...
Rosie, I ain't doing anything. Open your eyes and see. I'm just sitting here next to you.
But we're moving.
Moving? Moving? Rosie, look.
Charlie, where are we?
Rosie, dear, we're on the lake. Oh, the rain did it. It filled the channels, lift the rain and the wind. Just lifted the old queen up and carried her over the mud. We've cleared the weeds, Rosie. Oh, look back there. Oh, we couldn't have been 100 yards from it last night when we give up hope. Oh, Rosie.
Oh, let's try and build a fire if we can. And get the engine started. And go right out to the middle, away from these reeds, where we can breathe again.
Sure, sweetheart, sure. We'll be out of here in a jiffy.
Oh, this air. Oh, Charlie's wonderful.
And this mist clears away. You see the lake's as big as an ocean. We're on it, Rosie.
Oh, just to breathe again.
Yes, like... I know you don't approve, but it's like a shot of gin. Makes your blood race and your spirits soar.
Oh, I'm sorry I poured out all that gin, Charlie.
Oh, forget it, Rosie. And just to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll make you another cup of it.
What, Charlie?
Rosie. There, to starboard. That's the Imperial German Navy. That's the Louisa.
She's coming towards us, Charlie.
We gotta make a run for it. Back to the weeds. Stick around while I stoke the boiler.
Yesterday those weeds were our death. And Charlie, today they're our salvation. Oh, I was so sure they'd seen us.
Look at the size of her, Rosie. See her guns?
Why did they stop at the little island, Charlie?
Well, likely it's just routine, or maybe just checking what the storm tore up. They'll be back again. You know how them Germans are.
Methodical, yes.
Yeah, that's them, all right. They lays down systems, and they stick to them. Mondays, they're one place, Tuesday, someplace else, and Wednesday, they'll be back here. Oh. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, Rosie. You're thinking of the next time the Louisa comes back here, aren't you, old girl?
How long will it take, Charlie, to get the torpedoes ready?
Depends on the detonators. Well, I gotta rig up something. We'll manage it, Rosie. We'll manage it. Well, there they are, Rosie. Them's the detonators.
Oh, Charlie, oh,
what's
wonderful.
more, I think they'll work.
Now, what about the cylinders?
Well, with you helping, I'll lash them on each side of our bow. Only we can't set the detonators on until we're ready to set out. You see, they're kind of tricky, Rosie.
We'll be working at night, Charlie. Can you do it in the dark?
That's the case I have to.
And you're sure they'll come back with the Louisa?
Well, let me see. Figuring both the speed and the size of this lake, my guess is she'll be back here tomorrow afternoon. And when she comes, we'll be ready.
Tomorrow afternoon. Charlie, let's make the Queen as clean as we can. Let's scrub her decks and polish her bra.
She ought to look her best, representing as she does the Royal Navy. I think I even got a flag around somewhere.
Charlie.
I will sail out of these reeds proud as a dreadnought. Rosie.
Yes, Charlie?
Now, there ain't no use of both of us doing it. As you can plainly see, it's a one-man job.
Oh, you couldn't be more right, Charlie, dear.
Now, Rosie, I'm glad you agree. When the time comes, I'll put you off here on the east shore. You'll wait for me while I attend to the Louisa.
Well, certainly not. You're the one to put ashore. This whole thing was my idea, wasn't it? I'm the logical one to carry it out.
Rosie, I'm surprised at you. You're a very sensible woman, as a rule. Well, with 2 torpedoes hanging off our bow, she'll steer entirely different, let alone being half swamped.
Didn't I steer us down the rapids?
Well, suppose she broke down out there, wouldn't you look foolish? But me, she knows who her boss is, you bet that old engine does.
Well, I suppose you're right.
Now, that's settled.
Oh, no. I only meant it may be necessary for you to come along.
Come along? Oh, no, you don't. You'll wait for me on the East Shore.
Who do you think you are? Ordering me about...
I'm the captain, that's who. And I ain't taking you along. You don't need to be in my way.
I suppose I was in your way, going down the rapids. And what you said to me back there on the river was a lie. How you never could have done it alone. And how you'd lost your heart and everything. And... Oh, you liar! Oh, Charlie, we're having our first quarrel.
Oh, Rosie. It's just that I can't bear the thought of you, well, supposing that anything should happen, not that anything will.
Don't you understand, Charlie? I wouldn't want to go on without you.
Oh, Rosie. All right. It'll be you at the tiller and me at the engine, just like it was from the start.
I knew you'd see it, Charlie, dear. Thank you.
There she is, Rosie. That's the Louisa, right on time.
There's no smoke from her sack.
The wind, sweetheart, is blowing the smoke fast as it comes out.
I don't like this wind.
Me neither, Rosie. It's going to storm.
But if it storms tonight, there'll be less chance of them seeing us. Maybe a storm would be a blessing, Charlie.
That's the way to look at it, Rosie, old girl. Now let you and me get started on them detonators. We're not making any time, Rosie. Something's wrong.
I can't steer, Charlie.
We're taking too much water in the bow. It's them torpedoes weighing us down.
Charlie, look. Those waves.
Hang on, Rosie.
Charlie, the torpedoes. They're torn loose.
Worse than that, we're sinking, Rosie.
The tiller's gone. Something broke.
Everything broke. Grab the preserver, Rosie, and then jump.
Charlie.
Rosie.
I will remind you just once more. You are a prisoner aboard the steamship Louisa of His Imperial Majesty's Navy.
Yeah, I know.
You will tell us the truth. Now, what is your nationality? French, Belgian, British?
Yeah.
Yes, what?
British.
What were you doing in these waters?
Fishing. Yeah, fishing off the island.
You're a spy for the British. Well, do you deny this?
I told you I was fishing.
Das ist das gesamte Beweismaterial der Anklage, Herr Kapitän. Fahren Sie fort mit der Verteidigung. Obviously you're lying, but it does not matter. This court will sentence you to be hanged.
Eine Frau.
Oh, scheint weiß zu sein. With you. There was a woman with you. Rosie! You will answer my question. Bring the new Frau her. Rosie!
Charlie!
Who is this woman?
I don't know.
You called her by name.
I thought she was somebody else.
Charlie!
Who are you?
Miss Rose Sayre.
What were you doing on the lake?
I ain't told them nothing, Rosie.
Silence! What were you doing on the lake?
We were boating.
As your fellow prisoner is about to learn, the penalty for lying to us is death.
Charlie. Very well, then. We came here to...
Rosie, no.
To sink this ship. Charlie, dear, at least let's have the pleasure of telling them.
Don't you believe her, Your Honor? She's touched, you know. Fever.
And just how, Fräulein, did you propose to sink the Königin Louisa?
Why, with torpedoes.
Torpedoes?
Yes. Mr. Allnut made them.
Made them? Amazing.
Charlie, tell them how you made the torpedoes.
Well, you see what I did was I took the heads off 2 cylinders of oxygen. I filled them up with live explosives, about 200 weight. Now, that was easy enough, but with the detonators took some doing. And you know what I used? Cartridges and nails and blocks of soft wood.
Go on, please.
Then I took the 2 cylinders and hung them port and starboard in the bow of the African Queen, so as when we rammed you, poof!
And where is the African Queen?
She sank last night in the storm.
Too bad. I should like to have seen those torpedoes.
Perhaps you will. They'll still be floating around somewhere nearby.
Yeah, they could still sink this ship, Rosie.
Enough of this torpedo nonsense. This Ganz klar, dass die beiden Spione sind. Ich schlage vor, wir geben Ihnen 5 Minuten Frist, diese Lügen zurückzuziehen. You have 5 minutes in which to reconsider. Tell us the truth, or you will both be hanged.
We've told the truth, haven't we, Charlie?
Yeah. And we got a favor to ask, Your Honor.
Well?
Well, you're the captain, I guess.
I am.
Well, then you could marry us.
Oh, Charlie, what a lovely idea.
What kind of craziness is this?
Come on, Captain. It won't even take 5 minutes. And it'll mean such a lot to the lady.
If you wish it. Absolutely. Very well. What are the names again?
Charles.
Rosie. Rose.
Da ist eine Bibel auf dem Brett hinter dem Schreibtisch.
Ja, Herr Lieutenant. Ich sehe sie. Bringen Sie her.
Charlie, look. A Bible.
Look at me, both of you. Do you, Charles, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
Yes, sir.
Do you, Rose, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Then by the authority vested in me by His Imperial Majesty Kaiser Wilhelm II, I pronounce you are man and wife. Proceed with the execution. Ab mit den beiden Gefangenen nach Achtern und los mit der Hinrichtung!
Charlie, my husband.
Rosie. Rosie.
You will follow me now, at once.
Charlie, the torpedoes.
Rosie, we've done it! We've done it!
You all right, Mrs. Allnut? Can you keep swimming?
Oh, yes. I never felt so good in my life. We blew her up, Charlie.
I guess we did, Rosie.
The wreckage of the African Queen, that did it. They ran the Louisa right into it. How do you feel, Mr. Ornat?
Pretty good for an old married man.
I'm all turned around, Charlie. Which way is the east shore?
The way we're swimming, old girl. There was a bold fisherman set sail from off Pimlico to catch the bold piggy and the gay mackerel.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Are you blaming stocking runs on the stockings themselves? Well, perhaps you're making a big mistake.
Yes, look, the blame may belong to the way you wash stockings. You may be wearing out your stockings in the wash. Harsh washings with strong wash day products were never meant for delicate nylons.
Cobweb sheer nylons need delicate care, really special care. Always wash your stockings gently in pure Lux Flakes. Nylons thrive on gentle washings in safe Lux lather. You see, Lux Flakes melt completely into a silky cleansing foam, and each gentle washing in Lux has a special action that keeps nylon threads strong as new, washing after washing, wearing after wearing. Lux Flakes care double stocking wear. That's like getting an extra pair of nylons with every pair you buy. Start giving your stockings safe Lux Flakes care tomorrow. 95% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux. Lux Flakes are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company.
Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are coming forward for a well-deserved curtain call. Humphrey Bogart and Greer Garson. We certainly suffered every step of the way with you two on the trip of the African Queen.
Irving, I remember another safari full of hardships that you and I made quite a long time ago.
A safari, Bogey? What, to Africa?
Well, no, to Palm Springs.
It was Bogey's first picture in Hollywood, and I was the director. We went on location to Palm Springs, and it was 120 in the shade.
Only there was no shade.
And you should have seen Bogey in his first love scenes.
I couldn't see the girl for the water dripping in my eyes.
Well, it doesn't sound as if you were having exactly a circus.
No, but my latest picture is just happens to be Battle Circus, co-starring June Allison. I'll get into it. See, I've been working at your home studio, Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Well, I congratulate you, Bogey. You know we make only the very best pictures over there.
We mentioned one on the Lux Radio Theater recently, Plymouth Adventure, starring Spencer Tracy, Gene Tierney, Van Johnson, and Leo Gann.
I don't think Greer would like that. It's All about the Pilgrims leaving England and sailing for America on the Mayflower.
Oh, we English think it's a great idea. We've been doing it ever since.
We're always glad to welcome our English cousins, particularly you lovely actresses with those beautiful complexions.
Well, thank you. We're glad to adopt your way of caring for those complexions with Lux soap. I think it's wonderful.
And you'll both think next week's show is wonderful. It's such a great story that it's been made into a picture 5 different times. And we're going to bring you the inspiring 20th Century Fox version of Victor Hugo's immortal classic, Les Miserables. And from the original cast, we have the lovely Deborah Paget and that fine actor, Robert Newton. And in the unforgettable role of Jean Valjean, another great Academy Award winner, Ronald Coleman.
Well, that'll be a swell show. Good night, Irving.
Good night.
Good night and happy holidays. Now here's Ken Carpenter with news about mouth health. Ken?
Millions of Americans have found that Chlorodent toothpaste does more to give you a clean, fresh mouth than any other dentifrice. And now here is proof that Chlorodent gives you a healthy mouth, too. Wholly in the interest of child health, Chlorodent was tested under the supervision of dentists at Father Flanagan's famous Boys Town in Nebraska. In this research, Chlorodent and the fine white toothpaste were used regularly by different groups of youngsters. And in just 60 days, dentists found that 3/4 of the boys using Chlorodent showed dramatic improvement in mouth health. Chlorodent was actually proved twice as effective as the fine white toothpaste for quickly reducing acute gingivitis, a common mouth ailment. And that's another reason why Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees that Chlorodent does more for you than any other toothpaste, white, ammoniated, or chlorophyll, to give you a clean, fresh, healthy mouth. Make sure you get the toothpaste used in this Boys Town research. Ask for Chlorodent.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening. And the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton in Les Miserables. It's Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were John Dodsworth as the Reverend and Harold Ironforth and Hans Conried as the German officers. Our radio play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
Trust silver dust. Trust silver dust. Trust silver dust to give you more for your money with a goodwill offer that's really a honey. Trust silver dust.
New improved Silver Dust Wonder Bubble Suds for laundry and dishes now makes you this amazing goodwill offer. Inside every large-size Silver Dust, you get, as an extra, a genuine Canon face cloth. It's big, soft, fluffy, lovely pastel colors, worth up to 15 cents. Remember, in large-size Silver Dust, you get this genuine Canon face cloth as an extra. Try Silver Dust. See how it safely digs out dirt, gets clothes cleaner, speeds dishwashing, kind to your hands. Yes, Silver Dust, a great washing product with a Canon face cloth inside, gives you more for your money than any other washing product. That's guaranteed.
Get the large size box of Silver Dust with the big Canon face cloth as an extra today.
Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorodent Toothpaste, and Silver Dust, or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Les Miserables, starring Ronald Coleman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton.
Stay tuned for the Bob Hawk Show.
Peels is the beer for me, boys, dry as a beer can be.
Peels is dry as a beer can be because Peels beer contains less NFS, less non-fermented sugar. That means a drier, more satisfying beer. At home or your favorite bar, enjoy Peels. Product of Peel Brothers, New York.
Is the sweetheart you married the husband you expected him to be? Has the war created new problems for you in your marriage? To answer these and other personal problems brought in by your friends and neighbors, ARID presents John J. Anthony, founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, in a brand new program of daily sessions of kindly and helpful advice. Just as Mr. Anthony, by examples in this studio, is helping thousands of men and women solve their personal problems, ARID, too, is helping thousands to solve the important personal problem of underarm perspiration. ARID helps you avoid perspiration damage to clothes and safeguards friendships. Use ARID every day It helps stop perspiration safely, and at the same time, Arid is a most effective deodorant.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Mercury Theater on the air. No theatrical organization has done more in recent years to stimulate interest in the American stage than the Mercury Theater, whose outstanding productions of last winter under the direction of Orson Welles were the sensation of the theatrical season. Julius Caesar in Modern Dress, The Shoemaker's Holiday, Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, Bernard Shaw's Heartbreak House proved to the public the vitality and genius of this new organization. This summer, the Columbia Network introduced Orson Welles and his company for the first time to radio. And tonight we present the Mercury Theater on the air in the 5th broadcast of its unique new series, dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. CBS again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to Columbia stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. And here is Orson Welles to tell you about these stories himself. Mr. Welles.
Good evening. Tonight, as you were duly warned last week, we are trying out something altogether new. We're telling 3 stories instead of 1. 3 short stories instead of a single long one. Stories about love and ghosts and horse races. 3 stories in the first person singular about young people for grown-ups. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson is the first of the 3. It began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon. As I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet, Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good heart jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with 2 horses that was campaigning through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We had Bucephalus, a big black pacing stallion that could do 209 or 210 if he had to, and a little gelding called Dr. Fritz that never lost a race all fall, and Bert wanted him to win. Gee whiz, it was fun. We got to a county seat town, maybe say on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began the next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them and got your good clothes out of a box and put them on, and the town was full of farmers gaping because they could see you were horse race people, and you went into a saloon, the 2 of you, Bert and I, and all the dudes came and stood around asking questions, and all you did was to lie, and lie all you could about what horses you had, and I said I owned them, and then some fella'd ask us to have a drink of whiskey with him, and Bert'd lead him on.
What was that you said, sir?
I asked you, gentlemen, if you'd have a drink with me.
Oh, well, all right. I'm agreeable to a little nip. Tell you what I'll do, sir. I'll split a quart with you. All right.
Gee whiz. That isn't what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. There's a lot of things you gotta promise a mother because you don't know any better. I got a job driving a laundry van, and then, as I started to tell you, the fall race came to Sandusky. I got the day off, and I went. Had on my good clothes and my new brown derby hat and a stand-up collar. And I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars and a drink of whiskey inside me that was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again.
George, George, here, guys, down, get the best down, right, right. What are you doing for Pelican? 5-2, Pelican, 5-2, no,
I looked around for Bert French, and there he was, standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Why, hello, Joe.
How you been, Bert?
Never better. See, you got any money, Joe?
Sure.
How'd you like to watch it grow?
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Listen, Joe. In the second race, the 2:18 pace, there's a horse I'm handling, Abdul Ben Hammond. There he is, number 7. That gelding's as fast as streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mather in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 2:21, but he can step in 08.
Gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go round like an oxen hitched to a plow. After that, you go right down and lay on your pile.
Well, thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Why, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get right in the grandstand. I didn't go in for any of those boxes. That's putting on too many airs. Well, right in front of me in the grandstand that day, right in front, there was a fellow with a couple of girls. And they was about my age. The young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had his sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder, accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind. And her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had on a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and I blushed when she looked right at me, and so did she. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. She wasn't stuck on herself, and she could talk, proper grammar without being like a school teacher or something like that. What I mean is, she was okay. And then, pretty soon the horses came out for the 2:18 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
What have we bet on this time?
What do you say? You know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail?
Hank, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. Well, they looked up kind of surprised. But they didn't seem mad. And anyway, I'd done it now, and I might as well go on. There's a horse in this race, number 7, that's as fast as Streak. Abdul Ben Hamid.
Is that a horse's name?
That's right. Abdul Ben Hamid. But look, don't you go letting on this first heat, because... Don't bet on him, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. You see if he don't. But when the first heat is over, go right down, lay a pile on Abdul Ben Hamid. He'll come right out and skin him alive.
Will he really?
That's the dope. Well, that's what I told her. Gee, you should have seen the way they looked at me. And then you know what she did? Gee whiz. She asked this man that was with her, Wilbur. Well, she asked him, and there was a fat man sitting beside the little girl that had looked at me twice by this time, and I had heard both blushing, and what did that young fella do but have the nerve to turn and ask the fat man to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wilson. My name's Wilbur.
I suppose it was their having such swell names. Got me off my trolley, and then that girl. You know how a fella is. That something that kind of nice clothes and the kind of nice eyes she had and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself, that's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathis.
How do you do, Mr. Mathis?
From Marietta, Ohio. Have a cigar, Wilbur?
Thanks.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathis?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse. You know, Boo Ben Adam. It was supposed to be a secret because our family was proud and never gone in for racing that way. Abdul Ben Hamid, I mean. Here's what I think of that horse, Wilbur. Will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on Abdul Ben Hamid at whatever odds you can get? Just about then the bell for the first heat come off, and sure enough, Abdul Ben Hamid went off his stride up the back stretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one, came in to be last. See, folks, what'd I tell you? Like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathis.
Then this Wilmer Weston went down to the betting place under the grandstand, and this Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Weston and I was left alone together, like on a desert island.
Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry wine. Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry wine. Fresh cabbage, butter popcorn.
Gee, Miss Lucy. Gee, I'd like to show you our place down in Marietta. It's on a hill, a great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining, and then she kind of, with her shoulder, you know, kind of touched me. Not just tucking down. I don't mean that. You know how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee whiz, I begin to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been, but there wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathis, like I said to her, and there ain't ever been one, but if there I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston came back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on his horse, and the girls had gone and put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay. Then Adam stepped the next 3 weeks like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out.
There he goes!
Look at him, Mr. Mazers. Look at him coming up.
Oh, he's turned.
There he is. He's coming up. Abdul Ben Hamid.
Second, oh, Mr. Mazers is going to win. He's going to win. He's winning. He's winning.
Well, we all got 9-2 for our money. After the race, we had a hack downtown, and Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides, and there was I with that girl, big boot that I am. She wasn't saying much, and I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know. She wasn't stuck on me because of the lie about my father being rich and all that. There's a way, you know. Crap almighty, there's a kind of girl you see just once in your life, and you don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good, and all you might just as well go jump off a bridge, because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife, and you want nice things around her, like nice flowers and swell clothes, and you want her to have the kids you're going to have. You want good music played and not ragtime. Gee whiz. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay, and it's called Cedar Point, and after we'd had supper, we went over to it in a launch. Just the 4 of us. By ourselves.
What time does the train leave, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Well, over at Cedar Point, we didn't stay around where there was a gang of common cattle at all. There were big dance halls and dining places for yaps, and there was a beach you could walk along and get where it was dark. We went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. And neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right. Always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at table and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack, you know, that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy, we're going up the beach ways. Are you coming?
Go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired, don't you?
Yeah. I guess so. Miss Lucy?
Why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat down in a dark place where there was some roots of old trees and the water had washed up.
Feel that wood, how smooth it is. It's like silk.
Yeah. And there was a watery smell. And the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train wasn't nothing at all. It went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly 10.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then. But she never knew nothing I knew. She couldn't be so all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I hope I have cancer and die. Guess you know what I mean. We went in the launch across the bay to the train like that. And it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about?
Gee whiz. Only she knew.
You know what I was thinking?
What?
I was thinking you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right. But I knew what she meant. And then quick, We were right at the depot. There was a big gang of yaps crowded, milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
It won't be long because you'll rise and I'll answer you.
I ain't got a chance like a hay barn afire. A swell chance I got to answer her.
All aboard! Full hand up, gate, wide, green, Coleman, Kiffin. All aboard!
Yeah, maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way, and the letter'd come back. And stamped on the front of it by the USA. There ain't any such guy. Or something like that. Whenever they stamp on a letter that way.
Bye, Walter. Thanks for the tip-off. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye. When that train went, I busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train and made man of war look like a freight train after a wreck, but socks almighty. What's the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell. To her. Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what. If I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down, let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do. Big fool that I am. I'll bet you what. I bet you if I hadn't drunk that booze, I never been such a boob as to go tell such a lie. A lie that couldn't ever be made straight to a lady like her. I wish I had that fellow right here that bought me that drink. I'd smash him for fair gosh darn his eyes. He's a big fool, that's what he is. If I'm not another, you just go and find me one and I'll quit working and be a bum, give him my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving it for no such boob as myself.
The second story of tonight's program by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater is The Open Window by Saki.
My name is Frampton Nuttall. I am a very nervous man. The doctors are not entirely in agreement in the matter of my diet. They have agreed to a man in ordering me complete rest, an absence of mental excitement, an avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise. It was the doctor's idea that I should go to the country for a week for my health. But it was my sister, Matilda Nuttall, who insisted on Mole Barrington.
I know how it'll be, Frampton. You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping.
I'm not given to moping, Matilda.
Oh, yes, you are, Frampton. I shall give you letters to all the people I know in Mole Barrington. Some of them, as far as I can remember, are quite nice. You will call on them.
That is how I came to visit Mrs. Sappleton.
Hello.
I would like to see Mrs. Sappleton. My name is Frampton Nuttall.
Really?
I have a letter to Mrs. Sappleton from my sister.
I see. Won't you come in and sit down?
I was led into the drawing room by a young lady of about 15 with unnaturally long legs, a great many freckles on her face, and gray eyes.
I'll tell my aunt you're here. What did you say your name was?
Nuttall. Frampton Nuttall.
I'll tell my aunt, Mr. Nuttall.
I wondered whether Mrs. Sappleton was in the married or widowed state. An indefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. A large French window opened on the garden. Through it I could see a well-kept lawn, and beyond that the darker green of the fens. The scene was delightfully peaceful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nuttall. My aunt will be down presently. In the meantime, you must try and put up with me.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Nuttall?
Yes?
Do you know many of the people around here?
Not a soul. My sister was staying here at the rectory, you know, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here.
Then you know practically nothing about my aunt, Mr. Nuttall?
Only her name and address.
Oh. My aunt's great tragedy happened just 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That would be since your sister's day.
Her tragedy?
Yes. We try not to talk about it. You may wonder why we keep that window open on an October afternoon.
Why, it's quite warm for the time of year.
That's not why we keep it open, Mr. Nuttall.
It hasn't anything to do with the tragedy, has it?
Yes, it has, Mr. Nuttall. Out through that window, 3 years ago today, my aunt's husband and the 2 young brothers went off for their day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, you know, and places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it.
Oh.
Poor aunt always thinks they'll come back someday. They and the little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window's kept open every evening till it is quite dusk.
Oh.
Poor dear aunt. She often told me how they went out. Her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing, Bertie, why do you bound like this? I said, Bertie, why do you bound? As he always did to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they'll all walk in through that window.
It was a relief when Mrs. Sappleton came into the room.
Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope Vera has been amusing you.
She has been very interesting.
It's so nice of you to come and see us, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope you don't mind the open window.
Why, no. Open window? No.
My husband and brothers will be home directly from hunting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they make a fine mess over my poor carpet. So like you men folk, isn't it? Do you hunt, Mr. Nuttall?
It was horrible the way the poor woman's mind dwelt on the topic of hunting. I looked up and the girl's eyes caught mine. She shook her head sadly. I tried desperately to change the subject. I told her that I was in Mole Barrington for my health. But I was conscious that Mrs. Sappleton was giving me only a fraction of her attention, and her eyes were constantly staring past me to the open window and the lawn beyond. Then, suddenly, I saw her stiffen. She was staring at the window.
Here they are now, just in time for tea.
I turned toward the niece. The child was staring through the open window with dazed horror in her eyes. I turned and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn toward the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them carried a white waterproof coat hung over his shoulders. The tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly, they neared the house. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens! Help! Help!
Lucy, who on earth was that bolted up the drive as we came in?
That was Mr. Nuttall. I can't imagine what came over him.
I expect it was a spaniel that did it. Mr. Nuttall told me he had a horror of dogs.
Vera?
Yes, Aunt Lucy.
Vera, what did you say to Mr. Nuttall before I came into the room?
Nothing, Aunt Lucy. Mr. Nuttall did all the talking. I didn't say anything. He told me the strangest thing. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs, and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above his head. Enough to make anyone lose their nerve, Aunt Lucy.
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in 3 famous short stories. You have just heard the first 2 of these, I'm a Fool and The Open Window. We will present the third story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Columbia Network is presenting 3 famous short stories. And now the Mercury Theater and Orson Welles resume with My Little Boy by Carl Ewald.
My little boy is beginning to live. Carefully, stumbling now and then on his little knock-kneed legs, he makes his way through the world, looks at everything that there is to look at and bites at every apple, both those that are his due and those which are forbidden him. He is not a pretty child, but he is charming. His face can light up suddenly and become radiant. He can look at you with quite cold eyes. He has a strong intuition, and he is incorruptible. He has never yet bartered a kiss for candy. He has bad habits, too. He is apt, for instance, suddenly and without the slightest reason, to go up to people whom he meets in the street and hit them with his little stick. What is in his mind when he does so, I do not know. And so long as he does not hit me, it remains a matter between himself and the people concerned. He has an odd trick of seizing his words in a grown-up conversation, storing them for a while, and then asking me for an explanation.
Father?
Yes?
What is life?
I give him a tap on his little stomach and roll him over on the carpet and conceal my emotion under a mighty tussle. Later, when we're sitting together, breathless and tired, I give him his answer. Life is delightful, my little boy. Don't you be afraid of it. My little boy is given a penny by Mary, the cook, with instructions to go to the baker's and buy some biscuits. I stand at my window and see him cross the street in his slow way and with bent head. Only he goes slower than usual with his head bent more deeply between his small shoulders. He stands long outside the baker's window, where there is a confused heap of lollipops and chocolates and sugar sticks. Then he lifts his hand, opens the door, disappears, and presently returns with a paper bag, eating with all his might. And I, who, heaven be praised, have myself been a thief in my time, go all over the house and give my orders. My little boy enters the kitchen.
Put the biscuits on the table.
He stands still for a moment and looks at Mary and at the table and at the floor. Then he goes into the living room where his mother is sitting.
You're quite a big boy now that you can buy biscuits for Mary.
His face is very long. He says nothing. He comes quietly to me, sits on the edge of a chair.
Hello.
Hello. You've been over the way at the baker's. What'd you buy at the baker's?
Lollipops.
Oh, well, I never. What fun. I had some lollipops this morning. Who gave you the money this time?
Mary.
Really? Well, Mary is certainly fond of you, isn't she? Remember the lovely ball she gave you for your birthday?
Father, Mary told me to buy a penny's worth of biscuits.
Oh, dear. It is very quiet in the room. My little boy cries bitterly, and I look anxiously before me and stroke his hair. Well, you fooled Mary badly. She needs those biscuits, of course, for her cooking. She thinks they're on the kitchen table, and when she goes to look, she won't find any. Mother gave her a penny for biscuits. Mary gave you a penny for biscuits, and you go and spend it on lollipops. What are we going to do?
If only we had a penny, then you could rush across the street and fetch the biscuits.
Father, there's a penny on Mother's writing table.
Oh, is there really? Oh, no, I'm afraid that's no use to us, my little boy. That penny belongs to Mother. The other was Mary's. People are so terribly fond of their money and get so angry when you take it from them. I can understand that, for you can buy such an awful lot of things with money. You can get biscuits and lollipops and toys and clothes and half the things in the world. And it's not so easy to make money either. Now, Mary, she has to spend the whole day cleaning rooms and cooking dinner and washing up before she gets her wages. And out of that, she has to buy clothes and shoes. And you know she has a little girl whom she has to pay for at Mrs. Olson's. She must certainly have saved very cleverly before she managed to buy you that ball for your birthday.
Father, haven't you got a penny?
Here's my purse. Look for yourself. Not a penny in it. Spent the last this morning. We walk up and down. We sit down and get up and walk about again. We're very gloomy. We're bowed down with sorrow and look at each other with great perplexity. There might be one hidden away in a drawer somewhere.
Oh, yes.
Only we could find a penny.
Oh, here's one. Hooray. Look, Father. A penny.
Hooray.
It's a penny.
Hurry now. You go this way through my door. Then run back quickly up the kitchen stairs with the biscuits and put them on the table. I'll call Mary so that she doesn't see. We won't tell anybody. He's down the stairs before I've done talking. I run after him. Hey there! Hey! Wasn't it a splendid thing we found that penny?
Oh, yes, yes.
And he laughs for happiness. And I laugh too. His legs go like drumsticks across to the baker's. From my window, I see him come back, running with red cheeks and glad eyes. He's committed his first crime. He's understood it. He has not the sting of remorse in his soul, nor the black badge of forgiveness on his cap. The mother of my little boy and I sit until late at night talking about money, which seems to us the most difficult matter of all. For our little boy must learn to know the power of money and the glamour of money and the joy of money. He must earn much money and spend much money.
Yet there were 2 people yesterday who killed a man to rob him of $4.37.
My little boy is engaged to be married. She's a big, large-limbed young woman, 3 years his senior. Her name is Gertie. By a misunderstanding, however, which is pardonable at his age and, moreover, quite explained by Gertie's appearance, he calls her Dirty. Little Dirty, and by this name she will be handed down to history.
I want a girl for myself.
Quite right, my boy. Either I know very little of mankind, or he has made a fortunate choice. No one is likely to take Dirty from him. Like the gentleman that he is, he at once brings the girl home to us and introduces her. Owing to the formality of the occasion, he does not go by the kitchen way as usual, but rings the front doorbell. I open the door myself. There he stands on the mat, hat in hand, with Dirty, his bride, and with radiant eyes.
Father, this is little Dirty. She's my sweetheart. We're going to be married.
That's what people usually do with their sweethearts. Come in, Dirty, and be welcomed by the family.
Wipe your feet, Dirty.
The mother of my little boy doesn't think much of the match.
Why, she's a perfectly dreadful little thing. I have a good mind not to let her in the house.
We can't do that. I'm not in ecstasies over her either, but it's not at all certain that it will last.
Yes, but...
Do you remember what little use it was when your mother forbade me the house? We used to meet in the most incredible places and kiss each other terribly. I can quite understand that you've forgotten, but you ought to bear it in mind now that your son's beginning.
My dear.
Besides, I must remind you that it is spring, and so Dirty is accepted. But when she calls, she is first to undergo a short quarantine, while the mother of my little boy washes her and combs her hair thoroughly. Dirty doesn't like this, but the boy does. He looks on with extraordinary eagerness.
No. Look, Mother, look. There's a place you haven't washed.
There's a good deal of cruelty in love. He himself hates to be washed, or perhaps it is merely his sense of duty. Last Friday, in cold blood, he allowed Dirty to wait outside on the step for half an hour until his mother came home. Another of his joys is to see Dirty eat. I can quite understand that. Here is something worth looking at. The mother of my little boy and I would be glad, too, to watch her if there were any chance of giving Dirty her fill. But there is none. At least not with my income. When I see all that food disappear without as much as a shade of satisfaction coming into her eyes, I tremble for the young couple's future. But he is cheerful and unconcerned. My little boy and I have had a very interesting walk in the park. There was a mouse which was irresistible. There were 2 sparrows, husband and wife, who built their nest right before our eyes, and a snail which had no secrets for us. And there were flowers, yellow and white and green leaves, which told us the oddest adventures. Now we are sitting on a bench, digesting our impressions.
What was that?
Oh, that was the lion in the zoo.
What's the zoo, Father?
The zoo, my boy, is a horrid place where they lock up wild beasts who've done no wrong. Animals who are accustomed to walk about freely in far-off countries where they come from. The lion is there. You just heard him roaring. He's so strong that he can kill a policeman with one blow of his paw. He has great haughty eyes and awfully sharp teeth. They caught him one day in a trap, tied him with ropes and dragged him here and locked him in a cage with iron bars to it. The cage is about half the size of the kitchen at home. And there the king walks up and down, and gnashes his teeth with sorrow and rage and roars so that you can hear him miles away. And outside his cage stand curious people who laugh at him because he can't get out, and eat them up, and poke their sticks through the rails and tease him.
Would he eat them up if he got out?
In a moment.
He can't get out, can he, Father?
No. That's awfully sad. He can't get out.
Well, Father, let's go and look at the lion.
I pretend not to hear. And go on to tell him of the strange birds there. Great eagles that used to fly over church steeples and over the highest trees and mountains. Now they are sitting in cages on a perch like canaries with clipped wings and blind eyes. I tell him of gulls that used to fly all day long over the stormy sea. Now they splash about in a puddle of water, screaming pitifully. I tell him of wonderful blue and red birds, which in their youth used to live among wonderful red and blue flowers in forests 1,000 times bigger than this park. Now they sit there in very small cages and hang their beaks while they stare at tiresome boys in dark blue suits and black stockings and rubbers and sailor hats.
Are these birds really blue?
Sky blue and utterly broken-hearted.
Father, can't we go and look at the birds?
I don't think we will. Why should more silly boys go and look at them? You can't imagine how it goes to one's heart to look at those poor captive birds.
Father, I should so much like to go to the zoo.
Take my advice and don't. The animals there are not the real animals you see. They are ill and ugly and angry because of their captivity and their longing and their pain.
But I should like so much to see them.
Now, let me tell you something. To go to the zoo costs 5 cents for you and 10 cents for me. That makes 15 cents altogether. That's an awful lot of money. We won't go there now, but we'll buy the biggest money box we can find. One of those money boxes shaped like a pig. Then we'll put 15 cents in it, and every Thursday we'll put 15 cents in the pig. By and by, that'll grow to be quite a fortune. Such a fortune that when you're grown up, you can take a trip to Africa yourself and to the desert and hear the wild, the real lion roaring and tremble just like the people tremble down there.
Father, I'd rather go to the zoo now.
Shall we go and have some ice cream at Josty's?
I'd rather go to the zoo.
You're not going to the zoo. Now we'll go home. And home we go, but we're not in a good temper. Of course, I get over it and buy him an enormous money-box pig. We put the money into it, and he thinks that most interesting. But later in the afternoon, I find him in the nursery, engaged in a piteous game. He has built a cage in which he has imprisoned the pig. He is teasing it and hitting it with his whip.
Can't get out and bite me, you stupid pig. You can't get out, do you hear? You can't get out. You can't get out.
Dirty is paying us a visit, and my little boy is sitting at her feet. She has buried her fingers in her hair and is reading. Reading.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant.
The boy watches her with tender compassion. And he comes to me.
Father, must Dirty do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Father, when I grow big, must I do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Father, do you do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Well, Father, I don't believe that I can do all those things that the 10 Commandments say.
There is a great hullabaloo among the children in the courtyard. I hear them shouting something, and I go to the window and see my little boy in the front rank of the ruffians, screaming, fighting with clenched fists, without his cap. I know that he'll come up before long and tell me about it. Presently he appears. He stands still, as is his way, by my side. Says nothing. I steal a glance at him. He's greatly excited and proud and glad, like one who has fearlessly done his duty. Well, what fun you've been having down there.
Well, it was a Jewish boy we were beating up.
What? A Jewish boy? Are you beating him up?
Yes.
What had he done?
Nothing.
He seems puzzled. I look so queer suddenly. Now I snatch my hat and run out of the door as fast as I can. Come! We must find this Jewish boy and beg his pardon. My little boy hurries after me. He does not understand a word of it, but he is terribly in earnest. What's his name?
Nathan.
Nathan! Nathan! There's nobody in the courtyard. We go out in the street. Nathan! All in vain. The Jewish boy and his persecutors are blown away into space. So we go and sit up in my room again. Well, nothing to be done now. Hope you'll meet that Jewish boy someday so that you can give him your hand and ask him to forgive you. You must tell him that you did it only because you were stupid. But if another time anyone does him any harm, I hope you'll go in and help him and beat up the other fellow as long as you can move a limb.
Yes, Father.
I can see by my little boy's face that he is ready to do what I wish. So now I have to explain. Now, let me tell you. The Jews are by way of being quite a wonderful people. You remember David, about whom Dirty reads at school? He was a Jewish boy. And the child Jesus, whom everybody worships and loves, although he died 2,000 years ago. He was a Jew, too. My little boy stands with his arms on my knee. Now, the old Hebrews rise before us in all their splendor and power. They ride on their camels in coats of many colors and with long beards. Moses and Joseph and his brethren, and Samson and David and Saul, we hear wonderful stories. The walls of Jericho fall at the sound of the trumpet.
And what next? Go on, Father, go on.
The whole day is devoted to Jews. We learn that many of the most famous men in the world are Jews. And when evening comes, and Mother sits down at the piano and sings the song which Father loves above all other songs, it appears that the words were written by one Jew and the melody composed by another. My little boy is hot and red when he falls asleep that night. He turns restlessly in his bed and talks in his sleep.
He's a little feverish tonight.
We're spending the summer in the country. A long way out where the real country is. Cows and horses, pigs and sheep, a beautiful dog and hens and ducks form our circle of acquaintances. The sun burns us. We eat like farmhands, sleep like guinea pigs, and wake like larks. Presently, for better or worse, we get neighbors. They're regular city people. The pearl of the family is Erna. Erna is 5 years old. Her very small face is pale green, with watery blue eyes and yellow curls. She is richly and gaily dressed in a broad and slovenly sash, a daintily embroidered dress, short open-work socks, and patent leather shoes. I at once perceived that my little boy's eyes have seen a woman. Altogether, there's no doubt as to the condition of his heart. One morning, he proposes. He's sitting with his beloved on the lawn. Close to them, her aunt is nursing her rheumatism under a red parasol. Up in the balcony above, I sit, like Providence, and see everything, myself unseen.
Erna, you shall be my sweetheart. I have a sweetheart already at home. Her name is Dirty.
This communication naturally by no means lowers Erna's suitor in her eyes, but it immediately rouses all Auntie's moral instincts.
If you have a sweetheart, you must be true to her.
But Erna's going to be my sweetheart.
Listen, child, you're a very naughty boy. If you have given this, Dirty. Oh, that's an extraordinary name. But if you've given her your word, you must keep it till you die. Otherwise, you'll never, never be happy.
My little boy understands not a word and answers not a word, but later, after lunch, he comes up to where his mother and I are sitting, puts his hands in his pockets, looks straight before him.
Father, can't you have two sweethearts?
The question comes quite unexpectedly, but at the moment I don't know what to answer.
Well?
I pull my waistcoat down and my collar up. Yes, you can have two sweethearts. But it is wrong. It leads to more fuss and unpleasantness than you can possibly imagine.
Are you so fond of Erna?
Yes.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, the thing is settled. We'll write to Dirty and give her notice. Well, there's nothing else to be done. I'll write now, and you can give the letter yourself to the postman when he comes this afternoon. If you take my advice, you'll make her a present of your ball, and she'll not be so much upset.
She can have my goldfish, too, if she likes.
Oh, excellent, excellent. We'll give her the goldfish. Then she really will have nothing in the world to complain of. My little boy goes away. But presently he returns.
Father, have you written a letter to Dirty?
Not yet, my boy. There's time enough. I shan't forget it.
Father, I'm so fond of Dirty.
She was certainly a dear little girl.
Father, I'm also so fond of Erna.
We look at each other. This is no joke. Perhaps we'd better wait with the letter till tomorrow. Or perhaps it would be best if we talk to Dirty ourselves. We get back to town. Then my eyes surprise an indescribable smile on our mother's face. All a woman's incapacity to understand man's honesty is contained within that smile. And I resent it greatly. Come. Let us go. My little boy and I go out to a place we know of, far away behind the hedge, where we lie on our back and look up at the blue sky and talk together sensibly, as two gentlemen should. My little boy is going to school. We can't keep him at home any longer, says his mother. He himself is glad to go, of course, because he doesn't know what school is. I know what it is, and I know also that there is no escape for him, but I am sick at heart. So we go for our last morning walk along the road where something wonderful has always happened to us. We sit down by the edge of our usual ditch, and suddenly my heart triumphs over my understanding. I just want to tell you that school is a horrid place. You can have no conception of what you'll have to put up with there. They will tell you that 2 and 2 are 4.
Mother's taught me that already.
Yes, but that is wrong. 2 and 2 are never 4. Only very seldom. And that's not all. You will never have any more time to play in the courtyard with Einar. When he shouts to you to come out, you'll have to sit and read about a lot of horrible old kings who've been dead for hundreds and hundreds of years, if they ever existed at all. Which, for my part, I simply don't believe. My little boy doesn't understand me. But he sees that I am sad. Puts his hand in mine.
Mother says that you must go to school to become a clever boy. Mother says that Einar is ever so much too small and stupid to go to school.
I bow my head and nod and say nothing. I take him to school. See how he gallops up the steps without so much as turning to look back at me. Here ends this story about my little boy. What more can there be to tell? He is no longer mine. I have handed him over to society.
There was nothing else to be done.
Really? Was there nothing else to be done? I wonder. Small boys have a bad time of it, you know.
They had a worse time of it in the old days.
That's poor comfort. The world is still full of parents and teachers who shake their stupid heads and turn up their old eyes and cross their flat chests with horror at the wickedness of youth. Children are so disobedient, they say, so naughty, so self-willed, and talk so disrespectfully to their elders. And what do? We who know better.
We do what we can.
She says it in such a way, and looks at me with 2 such sensible eyes. They're so strong and so true that I suddenly think things quite well for our little boy. And I become quiet and cheerful like herself. Those teachers of his better look out, though. My little boy, for all I care, may take from them all the English and geography and history that he can, but they shan't throw dust in his eyes about the important things. I shall keep him awake, and we shall have great fun finding them out.
And I shall help him with his English and geography and history.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in dramatized versions of 3 famous short stories. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson, The Open Window by H.H. Munro, Saki, and My Little Boy by Carl Ewald. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
My little boy grew up to be a writer like his father, Carl Ewald. And according to Mr. Alexander Wolcott, who made widely known that indescribably lovely testament of love, my little boy has chiefly distinguished himself in Denmark as the translator of successful English novels, including The Green Hat. The second and somewhat sinister posy in this evening's Children's Garland was The Open Window by H.K. Munro, who signed himself Saki. It has been said of Hector Munro that he was entirely incapable of boring a fellow creature. It is, God knows, eternally true of Saki. Indeed, his sister's earliest recollections of him in the nursery where he and their brother Charlie had been rashly left to their own devices is worthy of his most improbable heroes. To quote from her, Hector had seized the long-handled hearth brush, plunged it into the fire, and chased Charlie and me around the table, shouting, "I am God, I am going to destroy the world." H.K. Munro joined up at the beginning of the war and was killed by a sniper on the 14th of November, 1916, just before dawn. The author of our opening bill, that searching and poignant confession of a young lover who lied and lost, is this moment the editor of 2 newspapers in Marion, Virginia, one Democratic and the other Republican. This virtually perfect condition of life is the happy ending of a career that commenced surprisingly and suddenly one hot afternoon when Mr. Sherwood Anderson was the manager of a paint factory in Elyria, Ohio. He was sitting in his office, the story goes, dictating a letter, when he turned to his stenographer and said sharply, "I am walking in the bed of a river." He then put on his hat and walked out of the paint factory and also out of Elyria, Ohio, never to return. But Sherwood Anderson never forsook his native state. Not really. After all, nothing could be more faithful to it than I'm a Fool. Well, next week, Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. Till then, thanks, everybody, and good night.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
NBC University Theater brings you They Stoop to Folly by Ellen Glasgow, the 5th in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern American and British fiction. When lovely woman stoops to folly and finds too late that men betray, What charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away? These lines by Oliver Goldsmith might well occupy the thoughts of Virginius Littlepage as he sits before the fire of his study. The time is the early 20s, and a dark spring rain slants across High Street outside his window. But there are few spots in Queenborough, Virginia, more comfortable and comforting than the Littlepage home. Mellowed, polished, and expensive, in a well-bred way, of course. Yes, Oliver Goldsmith's lines might well occupy the thoughts of Virginius Littlepage, but they do not. That is, not precisely.
Yes, it is a nice fire. Well, crackle away. Soon it'll be spring and we'll have no further need for you. Spring, and about time, too. It has been a strange winter. Now I don't quite know whether I'm a disappointed idealist or whether my liver's acting up again. Probably just middle age or the after effects of the war. Funny. It was raining just like this that day last fall, and there was a fire like this at my office.
Busy, Mr. Littlepage?
Oh, not at all, Millie. Come in, enjoy the fire. Beautiful, isn't it?
Lovely. Here are the papers on the Mitchell case. Will you be in court today?
With a daughter returning from Europe, I should say not.
You are happy, aren't you?
Mary's a fine girl. You've no idea how much I've missed her. She'd have been home long ago, you know, but she felt it was her duty to remain with the Red Cross after the war. Balkan orphans and all that.
Mr. Littlepage, now that she's coming back...
Well, Millie?
Could you ask her about Martin?
Right. Yes, of course. Martin Welding.
I just have to know what's become of him.
Millie, my dear, hasn't that man caused you enough unhappiness?
No. Not a moment's unhappiness, Mr. Littlepage.
Obviously, he deserted you when you needed him most.
He went away to war. He couldn't help that.
Yes, he went away and left you unmarried and alone with your trouble. Least he could have helped that.
He never knew. He still doesn't know that for a few hours he had a...
See yourself all this.
Because I wanted to spare him. There was nothing he could do.
Nothing.
I wanted him to be happy. Martin isn't a fighter. He was so miserable himself at the thought of going to war.
Well, the war's over now.
But Martin is still Martin. He stayed in Paris because there was something he wanted. Something he could find only in Europe.
Yes, definitely. Escape from his responsibilities. I'll ask Mary, of course. You know, I wrote to her to try to look him up. That was 6 months ago.
He'll come back, Mr. Littlepage. We love each other. He can't forget that.
But, Millie...
Please. You've been very kind to me. Really much kinder than a father. But this is my life, Mr. Littlepage. I have to live it. I want the freedom to choose the things I believe in, and I believe in Martin Welding.
With no regrets?
Oh, I know about regret, all right. The regret for what you've had doesn't last so long as the regret for what you've missed.
And you'll defy all our social conventions to work out that philosophy.
I won't defy them. I'll overlook them.
Yes, but Millie...
Look at my mother. She waited for Father till she dried up to a husk, and all it did was drive him away.
And now you're making her unhappy again.
No, I didn't make her unhappy. She was born that way. And she couldn't bear the thought of my having happiness with Martin.
Millie, you must never say such things.
But it's true. Would you rather have deceit?
I'd rather you showed respect for your mother.
That would be deceitful.
Well, we're just arguing at cross purposes, Millie. I'll speak to Mary. We'll find out about Martin Welding. Is that all?
Yes, that's all. That's everything.
Millie Burden and Martin Welding. Millie had more than courage, and despite my protestations, I couldn't help but admire her. She'd flown in the face of Southern virtue and yet calmly refused to own up to the fact that she was a fallen woman. As my brother Marmaduke later pointed out, I think I resented that. I wanted her to be contrite or repentant or at least aware of her folly. But she merely loved. Not in the least like Aunt Agatha, wrapped in sin and rounding out a half-century of punishment for one ill-considered moment. Or, for that matter, like Amy Dalrymple, who wore her indiscretions with a certain tarnished freshness. Amy Dalrymple. Wonderful Amy. It had been 12 years. Yes.
Virginius,
Oh, yes, my dear.
you'll be leaving the office soon. We don't want to miss the train. Oh, Virginius, it will be so nice to have Mary with us again.
Victoria, I confess I feel like an expectant lover. I'm leaving immediately.
Oh, Virginius.
Yes, dear?
Remember Amy Dalrymple?
Yes. Yes, of course.
You handled her divorce. She's returned from Europe, too, and brought quite a scarlet reputation with her for all her fine war record with the Red Cross.
Yes, I've heard. I'm leaving the office now.
Goodbye, Virginius.
Amy. So she's returned. I wonder. And so I walked home from the office that day. My joy at Mary's return was tempered by a certain sense of discontent. Perhaps it was the news of Amy Dalrymple's return. Amy Dalrymple. Frivolous Amy, the one woman in the world who made me realize that Victoria had every charm except the thrilling touch of human frailty. She was the only one who ever made me wonder if I might not have been happier with a woman who was sometimes indiscreet, but at least always amusing. It'd been almost 12 years since that August evening when, well, we might have had a love affair. I was shocked, not by my former rashness, but by my present sense of regret.
Virginius, little page.
Why, Mrs. Dalrymple, why, to meet you on the street like this, why, what a pleasant surprise.
Is it, Virginius?
Well, of course it is. I just heard of your return.
Yes, I was in Europe when the war came, and I simply stayed on.
My daughter heard of your hospital work everywhere, even in the Balkans.
Mary, was she in Red Cross work?
Yes, and returning today, as a matter of fact. Strange coincidence. Two of you arriving so close together?
Yes, but the war has been over for years.
Oh, not over long enough to exhaust Mary's moral energy. She stayed on to organize a war orphanage in the Balkans.
Still an impressive collection of ideals and high principles.
Yes. But I have a feeling she's enjoyed the whole thing.
Well, I've sometimes thought, Virginius, that the worst thing about the war was that so many of us who weren't hurt really enjoyed it.
But when it was over?
Oh, well, when it was over, we had nothing to fall back on. Nothing to do. Wasn't that way 12 years ago, Virginius? But you must have forgotten.
No, I haven't forgotten. No. Amy, why did you go away?
Because I needed to learn about life. Or love.
And did you?
Well, I learned there is little kindness in love, and that's what I wanted to find, Virginius.
And you didn't?
No.
Right. Amy, once I gave you kindness when you needed it.
Kindness, Virginius, but not love.
Oh, but Amy...
I'll be staying in Queenborough for a while. We'll have time to talk later.
And so Amy Dalrymple came back into my life. It was a nice life, patted against the world by the Victorian idealism that had somehow continued to survive in my corner of Queenborough. Of course, there were some irregularities. I didn't approve of Millie Burden's conduct, but on the other hand, I didn't believe her to be incorrigible. And so I continued to walk home in the mist of pleasure at Mary's return, in a fog of confusion at Amy's appearance, and in the firm conviction that Millie's case had to be dealt with.
My brother makes an appearance, and about time.
Good afternoon, Marmaduke. What brings you here? Where's Victoria?
Upstairs, resting from the shock of Mary's final reform.
What are you babbling about?
You mean you don't know?
Well, of course I don't know.
Well, it would seem that Mary's zest for philanthropy has reached a climax. She's not coming home alone.
Not alone? Well, has she adopted a war orphan?
It isn't an orphan, my dear brother.
Well, what, a refugee? Well, not a Russian, Marmaduke.
Hardly. Mary might sympathize with refugees, but she's hardly the kind of a girl to marry one.
Marmaduke, please stop trying to break things gently to me.
Very well, she's married.
She... married?
Quite.
To who?
It seems they were married 5 months ago. Victoria just received a wire a few minutes ago.
5 months ago? She never wrote us a word of it.
Yeah, it appears that when she met him, he was in some kind of trouble. Mary feels that she saved his life.
But who is he? What is he?
Evidently, she had to go to Europe to marry a young man from Queenborough.
From Queenborough?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know his name?
Yes, it's right here in the wire. Martin. Martin Welding.
Father, I had hoped that you'd take my sister's latest gesture a little more philosophically.
Duncan, please. Your father and I are both quite distressed.
Might well have been worse, considering Mary's thoroughness. She might have brought home a whole asylum instead of a husband.
I can't understand why she married him.
Well, perhaps she wanted to make an honest man of him.
Your tone is offensive, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. I was just trying to be cheerful.
Come along, Duncan. We'll check the arrival time.
Oh, dear.
Please, Victoria, my dear, they'll be here any minute. We must pull ourselves together.
Welding. There used to be a family of that name.
Confound it, I don't care about his family. We must be fair, Victoria. We'll suspend judgment until we see him.
Virginius. Where will they sleep? I just can't bear the idea of putting a strange man in Mary's room.
Yes, well, he's hardly a strange man. He's her husband, and he has been for some months.
Yeah, coming, Virginia.
Oh,
Huh?
there she
Where?
is.
Oh,
Mary!
there. Mary, over here.
Father.
Mary,
Dear
Mary,
Mother.
my child. Why, you're even lovelier than I remembered.
Oh, and happier than I've ever been. Oh, Father, Mother.
Mary.
This is Martin, my husband. I wanted to bring him to you as a surprise, but Martin thought we'd better send a wire.
Well, this is a surprise. Surprise indeed. Of course, you must give us a little time before we're expected to call it a pleasure.
Oh, I shall never expect that of you, Mr. Littlepage.
Yes. Well, come along up to the house, all of you. Mary and her mother have gone upstairs for a talk.
You think we'd better have one, too?
That's why I asked you into the library.
I wonder if I could have a drink. I feel as if I were giving way somewhere inside.
Certainly. I'll take one with you. It isn't a habit, is it?
It used to be. But Mary doesn't allow habits in marriage. I suspect she married me because she saved my life. She's my good angel, you know.
Here's a drink. Now, if I may ask, what plans have you made for the future?
Absolutely none.
That's scarcely commendable.
Oh, it isn't so bad as that. I suppose I'll find something to do. I've worked in a bank. Mary says Uncle Daniel can do something for me.
So you've worked in a bank, huh? Have you no other means of making a living?
Well, I have been trying to write.
Well, I don't imagine there's much in that, is there?
Not in Queensboro, at any rate. You know, I've told Mary again and again I'm not worth half what she's done for me. But she insists I'm all she thinks I am.
I see. Well, let's hope that it turns out all right.
Yes, let's hope so. Another drink?
I'm awfully tired, Virginius. Please put out the light.
Very well, there. Well, what were your impressions, my dear?
Virginius, I must confess I simply cannot understand Mary.
Oh, then you share my, well, not altogether favorable opinion of Martin.
They seem to be still in love with each other. Being in love does establish some kind of congeniality, I suppose. But he isn't worthy of Mary.
Poor child. Why, she's trying her best to help him.
Well, Mary is certainly better prepared than most women to bring out the best in a man.
She's like yourself in that respect, my dear.
Virginia.
Why would Mary do such a thing? You talked to her, Victoria. She must have some explanation.
Well, when she found him in that French hospital, he was suffering a complete nervous collapse because his writing had been such a failure. Mary saved his life.
Yes, it's all very well, but what about Millie's life? After all, I do feel some responsibility. If I hadn't asked Mary to find Martin, this would never have happened.
I know how terribly you must feel, my dear. But Mary tells me that she tried with all her power to make him go back to the other woman. And a man in love can seldom be trusted, you know.
And it seems to me that a woman in reform can be trusted even less.
Virginius, you can't mean that about Mary.
She did take another woman's man, Victoria. Well, I suppose we must stand by her now and try to help her.
Don't feel too harshly, Virginius. She's our daughter. And you've always been so generous in helping others. There was Amy Dalrymple.
Yes, I know.
You tried so hard to protect her when her husband brought that horrible divorce suit against her.
Well, that was a long time ago, my dear. Long ago.
Yes.
Good night, Victoria. We'll speak of it in the morning. I'm afraid I must confess to being one of those pillars of Virginian society that are held up right by the firm support of woman's influence. But in those days, Victoria's support lacked its usual security. New problems had entered our lives. Mary and Martin and my responsibility to Millie Burden, and an old one had returned, Amy Dalrymple. Nearly 50 and as handsome as ever. More lovely and graceful than most women are half her age. Oh, how could I think of Amy at that time? There were so many other things to do. The next day I went to see Millie at her mother's home, a ramshackle, untidy house in which my brother Marmaduke rented a studio. Oh, Millie, I was just about to knock.
I expected you.
Well, won't you ask me?
Come in.
I see you've heard, my dear.
Your brother told me.
Frankly, child, I came prepared for tears, but not for this. This, iciness.
Yes, of course. Your code demands something other than this, doesn't it? Gentle hysterics, perhaps, or a decade or two of seclusion.
Millie, how can you be so careless?
I had a right to my life, Mr. Littlepage. If I spoiled it, that's my affair, not yours or Mother's or Martin's or anyone else's.
I just wish there was something I could do. I can't help but feel that I'm to blame.
No. No one's to blame. I asked you to have a try to find him. You meant to be kind.
But it was a mistake, child.
Mine, not yours.
Well, I'm sure that Mary must have felt she was doing the right thing.
Yes. The right thing is always what she does. So high-minded and unselfish.
You mustn't be hard and bitter.
I want to be hard and bitter. What's the good of anything except being hard and bitter?
But your life isn't over. One must always hope for the best.
Yes, you can say that. But for me, there isn't any best. Even if there is, I don't want it.
All right. Then what do you want?
To be happy. That's all. Is it too much?
Millie, I wish happiness for you. You know that. But happiness isn't a right. It's a blessing.
Then I have a right to a blessing.
It hurts me to hear you talk that way, Millie. Now, if there's nothing more I can do for you, I'll go up to Marmaduke's studio.
I hope you enjoy your visit. Mother's up there.
Goodbye, my dear.
My advice is worth so little, my dear lady, that I hesitate to inflict it upon you. But, well, we have a visitor.
Mrs. Burden, Marmaduke.
Oh, Virginia's. I was just about to tell Mrs. Burden here that if she needed the opinion of a man of sense, she'd better consult you.
It's Millie, Mr. Littlepage.
Oh? What about her?
I keep reminding her that I have a right to her confidence, but it's no use. She never tells me anything.
And Mrs. Burden was just reproaching me. She says that I encourage this sinful attitude.
Oh, it seems to me, dear lady, that her attitude is commendable.
Ah, Mr. Littlepage, I shouldn't have believed that you'd encourage Millie.
I'm only trying to help her make something of her life.
And there's the rub. Mrs. Burden objects to what she feels is an immodest recovery from masculine wiles.
Well, it all comes from this wild living since the war. Silk stockings and short dresses could only end in immorality.
Your view, dear lady, appears to me to be entirely too hopeless.
Well, it's none of my doing. I've always done the best I could with Millie.
Mrs. Burden, isn't it true that your first consideration must be your daughter's welfare?
Her eternal welfare, Mr. Littlepage.
Well, you can mean that you wish to see her suffer on earth.
Well, doesn't the Bible warn us that there's no salvation for the sinner except through repentance?
And what does Millie say to all this?
Oh, she has no sense of shame. She says only that her life is her own, and that she has no regrets.
Well, I expect the truth of the matter is the world has never been quite fair to women. Men have never been quite fair to women. Not even in Queenborough. It seems like a long time ago now. Life for me had abruptly lost its sweetness, and in some mysterious fashion the loss was tied to Amy Dalrymple's return. Her presence ran through all my thoughts in those days, and selfishly I wondered if perhaps in another life I might have had a different love. Or with another love I might have had a different life. It was not at all fair to Victoria.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you a dramatization of the Ellen Glasgow novel, They Stoop to Folly, the fifth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. And here to serve as our intermission commentator is Mr. Harrison Smith, the distinguished author, editor, and president of the Saturday Review of Literature. His comments on today's novel gain added interest from the fact that he was also a close personal friend of Ellen Glasgow. Now here is Harrison Smith speaking to you from New York.
In the whole American literary scene, you could not find two writers more unlike than Theodore Dreiser and Ellen Glasgow, or two novels as far apart as the book discussed last week by Clifton Fadiman, Dreiser's The American Tragedy, and She Stoops to Folly, one of Miss Glasgow's 20 novels. It is the difference between a powerful giant laying about him with a bludgeon and a delicate, determined woman armed with caustic wit and a subtle gift for social satire. Ellen Glasgow had the distinction of being a great lady and an even greater writer. From her secluded and beautiful home in Richmond, she punctured Southern literary pretensions, destroyed the sentimentality, the old hothouse atmosphere of moonshine and magnolias, with tame Negroes singing off stage. She revealed the arrogant hypocrisy behind the Southern gentleman's traditional attitude toward marriage, toward his ladies, and especially toward his fallen women. Behind its half-humorous, polite, and entertaining facade, She Stoops to Folly is a savage book. For Ellen Glasgow was a feminist, among other things, and she wanted to free women from the tyranny of dead conventions. The tragedy is the impact of fresh ideas of freedom on people who regard social and sexual change with horror. The comedy lies in the sparkling and sardonic manner in which an altered world is discussed by the characters. Miss Glasgow's sentences glitter like gems on every page, so that a single phrase may illustrate her character's life and thought. Here is Mr. Littlepage, musing on his wife. I ought to be thankful that Victoria has never lost control of herself since she married me. Or he had learned in time to feel the pride of a husband in his wife's natural frigidity. Another, it was a comfort to remember that like all pure women everywhere, she was satisfied with monogamy. Or on woman in general, never had woman appeared more desirable than in the sheltered garden of Southern tradition, those legendary periods when she had disposed her limbs in the classic posture of waiting. The qualities that made Ellen Glasgow a writer who will always be read are in this book. It is no wonder that the Southern literary renaissance of 20 years ago began with her. Nor was her work devoted entirely to a wilting aristocracy. Her sense for realism and her hatred of hypocrisy led her to lower levels of Southern life, and one or two of her early books were of passionate revolt. Her books are as fresh and even as startling today as they were when they were first written. It is safe to say that she belongs to the permanent literature of this country. She is one of the wittiest of all women writers and perhaps our greatest woman novelist.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
It wasn't a very happy winter for any of us. Even Victoria, usually so calm and sure of herself, seemed tired and ill. Martin was, to put it kindly, unpredictable. And even Victoria seemed worried about it at times. But he was working at Daniel's bank, and we didn't expect that he and Mary would remain in our home much longer. I can't say we were disappointed. Millie? Well, Millie Burden was still a problem created as much by her mother as by Martin Welding. Only Aunt Agatha seemed to be untouched by the events which had clouded the lives of the rest of us. Agatha and, of course, Marmaduke.
Aunt Agatha?
No, thank you. Virginius, how is the Burden girl getting along?
Well, I'm not quite sure. She doesn't display the high-mindedness which one feels is correct, but on the other hand...
she's acting like a perfect lady instead of a perfect tradition.
Oh, I admit I may be old-fashioned.
But you're offended. And I'll tell you why.
I think I shall have another cup of tea.
Of course, dear.
With all due respect to our aunt, we're trying to draw a parallel between Millie and Agatha. Agatha may be a fallen woman, but she's paid the price. Self-imposed imprisonment in a mid-Victorian cell of righteousness.
Marmaduke, you might show a little consideration.
I don't think I'll want this tea, after all.
Now there, Aunt Agatha.
Marmaduke, we've discussed it so many times before. I believe there are certain standards, certain conventions which must be lived up to. You do not live up to them. And there's an end to it.
Well, then...
If you'll excuse me, I don't want to be late. The movies, you know.
Of course, my dear. You do enjoy them, don't you? But are you going alone?
I like to go alone. But I met Amy Dalrymple in the street this morning. She offered to drive me.
Aunt Agatha, you must not let Mrs. Dalrymple impose on you.
Oh, come now, my dear.
Please, Virginius. Agatha, I'd rather not say anything against her, but she has always been a rather pushing person.
I'm sure she doesn't mean to be pushing. I really think she feels sorry for me. She's only trying to be kind.
I'm sure you don't need her sympathy, dear Agatha.
I suppose it didn't occur to her that she could harm my reputation.
Don't you think, Victoria, we may leave Aunt Agatha free to pick her own associates?
Really, Virginius, after what Agatha's been through, Mrs. Dalrymple is hardly a suitable companion.
No, it definitely wasn't a very happy winter. Sitting before the fire now, I realize that something was happening to me and to my world. I was fighting to preserve a world of manners and customs that had been dashed to death by the war. I hadn't Marmaduke's flexibility. What he saw and accepted, I ignored and refused. And poor Victoria, so noble and for the first time so helpless. And Mary brought problems which even Victoria scarcely knew how to solve.
Mother, here you are in the library.
Just resting, my dear.
I looked for you earlier, but you must have been out.
I dropped in on Dr. Buchanan for a few minutes. Oh, I've been feeling rather tired lately, just for a checkup.
Oh, Mother, is there anything wrong?
Of course not. But don't say anything to your father. He becomes so concerned.
Well, if you're sure.
Yes, dear.
Mother, there's something I want to ask you to do for me.
Anything, my dear.
It's about Martin. I'm afraid he isn't very happy.
Doesn't he care for his work at the bank?
Oh, well enough, I expect. But he's so restless. He keeps wanting us to get a place of our own.
And wouldn't you like that?
No, not now. I wish you'd speak to him about it. Tell him that it's best for us to stay here.
But, Mary, that hardly seems necessary.
Oh, but it is now. It's very necessary. Mother, I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, my child, how wonderful. Why haven't you told us before?
Oh, because, things are so unsettled.
But this will make all the difference in the world. Why, I'm sure that Martin will understand why you should stay with us here.
It's his writing. He seems to feel that he might do better somewhere else.
I'll speak to him. He'll realize that that's not the most important thing right now.
Mother, this will make a difference, won't it?
Of course, dear.
A family is probably what he needs. He's so weak. The responsibility will strengthen his character.
With your help, Mary.
Yes. He's so dependent on me, Mother. He calls me his good angel. I try so hard to be.
I'm sure you are, my dear.
I can't help feeling that I did right in saving him from that woman. She wasn't the right kind of girl for Martin, Mother.
No. No, I suppose not.
I just can't understand, Father. Having her in his office even now.
Well, after all, that's really for him to decide. And the girl does have to earn her living.
Oh, of course. I wouldn't want to interfere with that.
Then what do you wish?
Well, Mother, it does seem that she could work somewhere else.
Well, your father says that she has mentioned going away.
Well, then why doesn't she go?
Well, perhaps we can make some arrangement. I understand she and her mother both live on Millie's salary. So if Millie were to leave town, something would have to be done about her mother.
Mother?
Yes?
What about the House of Hope? You were saying that they do need a new matron to watch over the girls.
Mary, do you think...
Well, Mrs. Burden is perfectly respectable, isn't she?
Oh, yes, she's more than respectable.
And she's had experience in dealing with that type of girl, right in her own daughter. Mother, why, that would be the answer to everything.
And so Mary is expecting to become a mother, my dear.
So soon? Well, I hope she's pleased.
She's delighted. But it's not so soon, Virginius. They were married last spring.
Yes. Well, better late than never.
Virginius, I don't know what's come over you. You seem to grow more flippant every day.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. However, if Mary is pleased, my attitude doesn't really make much difference, does it?
That's exactly it, Virginius. Mary has been worrying over your attitude. And, of course, any worry is bad for her.
She didn't help much by bringing Martin into our house. Victoria, I just can't stomach that fellow.
But for her sake, dear, I wish you would try to talk with him. He's so restless and erratic lately.
It's no wonder he walks the streets half the night. At least that's what he says he does.
Sometimes when he's so late, I almost wonder if he's seeing that girl again.
Millie? Why, nonsense.
Well, if he is, it won't be for long.
What's that, my dear?
Are you coming to bed soon, Virginius?
In a minute, when I finish my cigar.
And so you see, Mrs. Burden, we feel that you may be just the person we're looking for.
It is a fine position, matron in the House of Hope. Those girls need a strong hand. I feel I could do some good there.
And Mrs. Burden, Millie could leave Queenborough if you were provided for.
And who would provide for her, I'd like to know. What would become of her if she didn't have me to advise her? She has her mistakes to live down.
But don't you see, she might be able to forget the past more easily this way. To forget her mistakes.
Well, I'm not sure I'll hold with that, Mrs. Littlepage. To my way of thinking, we must repent for our mistakes, not forget them.
Nevertheless, I suppose we must make allowances for the changing times, for the unsettled conditions since the war.
Well, it'd take more than a war to make me forget my behavior.
Hello, Mother.
Millie.
You have company.
Why, yes, Millie. We're talking about you.
It must be a pleasant chat, Mrs. Littlefield.
We were discussing your desire to go away, my dear. I was thinking that perhaps it might help if your mother accepts a position with one of our charitable institutions, the House of Hope.
And have you accepted, Mother?
Well, I don't know what to think. Millie, I just couldn't let you go to New York by yourself.
Oh, but I could get on perfectly well, Mother, and I'd be free.
Well, you may think you can manage so easily without me, Millie, never giving a thought to anything I've done for you. But you'll be sorry when I'm gone.
I'm sorry now, Mother. I've always been sorry. But I do want my own life. I do want to try to live.
I don't have much to give you, Millie. Nothing but a mother's love and a mother's prayers.
You could love me and pray for me in New York just as well as here.
Mrs. Burden, couldn't you take the position just for a few months until she gets settled?
But I just couldn't sleep at night thinking of Millie alone in New York.
Perhaps we'd all better take a little time to think things over. I'll be running along.
I'm not asking for much. Only a little time by myself. Only a chance to try to live. I have a right to that.
Of course you have, child. Good night.
Good night, Miss
Good night,
Littlepage.
Mrs. Littlepage.
I rather think she'll take it. I'm sure it'll be best all around. Why, who's that? Oh, no. What can he be doing here at this hour? Martin Welding.
Good morning, Victoria,
Virginius.
Agatha, Duncan.
Good morning,
I
dear.
see. Where's Mary?
She's not well this morning. I told her to stay in bed. As for Martin, he never gets up until the last minute.
Well, I dare say he contracted that habit from literature. Scarcely a thing for a business career.
He complains that he can't sleep nights.
Pass the butter, please. Do you know when he came in? Thank you, dear.
I let him in at 1 o'clock. He'd forgotten his key. Said he'd been out for a walk.
I do wish he'd come home earlier. It keeps Mary up so late when she needs the sleep.
But where does he walk to at that hour of the night?
Virginius, I must talk to you alone.
Yes, of course, my dear. Will you excuse us, Agatha, Duncan?
We'll be right back.
No,
Virginius.
Yes.
I visited Mrs. Burden last night.
What on earth?
I offered her a position with the House of Hope.
You...
It was the only way to make it possible for Millie to leave.
Victoria, don't you think we've interfered enough?
Perhaps not nearly enough.
What do you mean?
When I left the Burden place, I saw Martin. He must have been there for a purpose.
Hmm? You mean you think he and Millie Burden...
I don't know what to think. All I know is that I saw Mary's husband in the Burden neighborhood.
Oh, well, that's preposterous. Millie hates him now as strongly as she loved him once.
Perhaps. But you must find out, Virginius.
You mean you want me to ask?
You must, my dear.
But, Victoria, the girl's unhappy enough. Now such a question would only serve to open up the old wounds.
Your daughter may someday be wounded too, Virginius.
Martin Welding was Millie's love. Mary made him her own. If anyone must suffer, why should it be Millie?
Because Mary is our daughter.
Very well, Victoria. We'll see. I'll talk to her. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to ask her if she'd been seeing Martin. It was like piling cruelty upon cruelty. And for the first time in my life, I was sick of doing my duty, of noble motives which create ignoble problems. Millie Burden was going away. Let her go in peace. And perhaps Millie was right, and I'd been wrong. I'd never really dared to live. Not as she'd dared. There was spring in the air that day, but I was still living in the dead of winter. And that night, the light in Amy Dalrymple's window across the street looked, well, just like a star. And I wondered what might have happened if I'd followed my impulse that night 12 years before. If I hadn't lost my courage. I wonder if...
Why, Virginius, won't you come in?
Why, Good evening, Amy. I merely stopped in to tell you I've straightened out all your legal matters so that your return to Europe won't be delayed.
Virginius, is that the only reason you came to see me?
Why, yes. I mean, no. I mean, Amy, I wanted to see you again because 12 years ago we might have found happiness together. Because I do need that happiness now.
Oh, Virginius, you did make me happy. If only I could make you realize how much you have helped me.
I wish I could have done more for you. I can do more now, Amy. If you let me.
Well, I haven't any life now. I live only in the past.
Why, but that's a mistake, my dear. The past is over. Why, you're still young and very, very beautiful.
Oh, please, Virginius. I was a beauty, but in a different period. We had hearts in those days.
Oh, Amy, why can't we forget our memories? This is the present. This is us, now.
You have changed, Virginius. Remember that night you kissed me? And then went away?
Yeah.
That's why I left Queenborough 12 years ago, because, Virginius, I thought you no longer respected me.
Oh, how could you, Amy? Why, it was just that I feared we might be making a mistake. Truly, I blamed only myself.
Oh, but was there anyone to blame, Virginius? Or is it just that I was so weak and you seemed so strong? And I needed someone's strength so much.
And you need it now, Amy?
Yes, I need it now.
Then I offer you mine.
I wonder if this time you really mean it.
Of course I mean it. Oh, Amy, don't you understand that
It's just a telephone in the hall. The maid will answer it. Yes, go on, Virginius.
Huh? Oh, I was saying it's late, Amy. I better go.
Must you, Virginius?
Oh, yes, but I'll come again.
Do you promise?
Yes, perhaps tomorrow.
Virginius, you can't go now.
Oh, but I can't stay. You know that, Amy. I'll come back as soon as I can. Just as soon as I can arrange it. Good night.
Good night, then, Virginius.
Oh. Why did I say I had to go? Perhaps I'm not cut out for a philanderer after all. Huh? Maybe I'll see her again. At least I can look Victoria in the eye. I wonder if... Oh, I beg your pardon. Hey, Martin.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Anything wrong?
Is anything right?
Wait, you look as if you're in pain.
I'm in misery, if that interests you.
It distresses me.
Distresses you? I've come to the end of my rope. How much longer can I stand it?
Stand what, my boy?
Oh, the whole thing. Life, marriage.
Talk sense.
Why should I? I'm not normal. I'm not rational. Look, can't you understand this? I've had enough of women. I want to get away from every woman on earth.
Then why did you marry?
Why? Why, I hoped that Mary could change me.
She wanted to help you.
I should have known. No one can help me.
Well, my boy, this is hardly the time to think of that.
Oh, good Lord, don't you think I realize what's happening? I can't make her happy. Nobody can make another person happy.
Have you tried?
Tried? Why else would I work in that accursed bank? I tell you, I'm smothering.
Martin, pull yourself together. Oh, we can't settle this out here. Come in the house and tomorrow...
I wasn't coming in. I was going for a walk.
Well, there's no way to try to collect yourself. Come back into the house. You need a stiff drink anyway.
Well, Oh, all right, then.
Wait for me in the library, Martin. I want to speak to Victoria.
Father! Father!
Mary, what is it?
Oh, Father. It's Mother. Oh, Father. I tried to wake her. I couldn't wake her. Oh, Father. She's dead.
No one in the world could love her as I do.
I know, my darling, I know. I think I never really understood her. I never really appreciated her goodness. Why, she must have lived in anguish this last year. And I never even suspected that she was dying.
The letter, Father. Please read it.
Okay. Dated last December. My dear husband, I have known for almost 6 months that I have a very short while to live. And my one effort has been to spare you and the children, to keep you from suspecting. Nothing I know can spoil this last winter, or perhaps year, that we shall all have together. But before it's too late, there's something I wish to say to you. And it stops, Mary. Really, she didn't have to write the rest of that sentence. Why, she said it with her entire life. The end. An hour before Victoria died, I was weary with her goodness. I was almost faithless to her in spirit. I don't think that ours was the perfect love, but we possessed the perfect marriage. We had each other's respect and each other's kindness, and that, I suppose, is all anyone can ask. And the world was left. The world without Victoria.
I'm sorry, Virginius. I'm sure the Victoria didn't approve of me, but on the other hand, I approved of her. I'm sorry about Victoria. Has Mary come in from the cemetery yet?
Yes, she went directly to her room. She's not at all herself right now. I'm sure she didn't intend to avoid you, Marmaduke.
That does seem strange. One might have supposed Mary losing her morals more readily than her manners.
At a time like this, Marmaduke, I think there's no need to jest.
Or perhaps all the more need, my dear Virginius.
Father. Father, it's Martin.
What? Well, Mary, what is it?
He's gone. He's left me. Forever, he said.
Please, Mary, we have a guest, Marmaduke.
But you don't understand. He's gone. Martin's gone. He'll never come back.
Mary, what are you saying?
I found a note in my room.
But Mary, are you sure? What does the note say?
That he's gone. That he's never coming back. Oh, Father, we must find him. We must look for him.
But, Mary, you can't. Not in your condition. Marmaduke, help me stop her. Tell her.
If you were going to stop her, Virginius, you should have started 20 years ago.
Mary, where do you want me to go?
I'm going to Millie Burden. I'm going to ask if she knows where he is.
Well, do you realize what you're saying? You'd go to her? Marmaduke, what do you think of all this?
The poor devil. Put a handsome weakling like that in a woman's world, and you'd be merciful to hang him.
But I tried so hard. I made every sacrifice. Now he's gone to that other woman.
To Millie Burden. Don't be too sure, Mary. Besides, you can't go there. I refuse to allow a daughter of mine to go to another woman to ask for her husband.
I want him back, Father. I must find him.
But your pride, Mary, your pride.
Pride has nothing to do with it now. No matter what happens, I must save him.
Marmaduke, help me.
Are you coming or not, Father? Do you want me to go alone?
All right, Mary. All right, I'll go with you. So we've come to your own home, Millie, to ask you. Have you seen Martin Welding?
Yes, I've seen him. Martin was here. He came here, but he didn't stay.
I thought you might help me find him.
You came for that? For my help?
Yes.
How it must have hurt you.
Will you help me?
If it were in my power, I don't know whether I would or not. But I know only that he said he had to go away. That he had to go away from here. And then he left.
Then he didn't ask you. He didn't ask you to...
No, he didn't ask me to go with him. And I wouldn't have gone if he did.
Well, it's good riddance, as long as he's going alone.
Oh, he's going alone, all right. He thought he wanted me, but...
Yes?
But all he really wants is loneliness.
All I want is for him to be happy. If you could make him happier...
Don't say it. I couldn't make him happier. And I don't want him. What I want is something worth loving. And I'm going away to look for it.
Well, I hope you find it, my dear. And I hope that you recognize it if you do find it.
At least I'm free to look. Free to begin everything again.
Come, Mary, we better go home.
Yes, Father. Let's go home.
You know, I have a feeling that if we wait, he'll come back again.
Yes. Doesn't everything come back if you wait until you've stopped wanting it?
Perhaps. But in the meanwhile, Mary, the important thing is to bring a happy child into the world.
My child. I'd almost forgotten.
We can't forget now. Yes, my dear, you must be brave. We must try to do the best we can. Well, the fire's almost out. And there will be another spring. Perhaps things haven't gone too well, but at least I've been true to my principles, and for a Virginian gentleman, that makes life almost complete. But somehow I wonder. I wonder if it really is middle age. I suppose it is. I don't fancy myself as a disappointed idealist. Victoria wouldn't like that at all.
The curtain falls on the fifth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works in modern Anglo-American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you Richard Allen Simmons' radio play based on an adaptation by Jack C. Wilson of the Ellen Glasgow novel They Stoop to Folly, with Paul Frees as Virginia's Little Page. Our cast included Jane Webb, Lynn Whitney, Stephen Chase, Georgia Backus, Maya Gregory, Jack Edwards, Gail Bonney, Gloria Ann Simpson, and Shep Menken. Our intermission commentator was Mr. Harrison Smith, distinguished author, editor, and president of the Saturday Review of Literature. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater turns to the work of John Galsworthy. Nigel Bruce will be our star, and Mr. James Hilton will be our commentator, as we present an adaptation of the famous Galsworthy play entitled Justice. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for They Stoop to Folly was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surface.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3. Of Unsound Mind stars the lovely and talented young American actress Jean Tatum as Myra. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin, who also directs the production. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3 of Unsound Mind.
Jeff, I won't do it. I won't live with a man who's insane.
He isn't insane. You're married to him, and you will live with him for a while at any rate.
Can't I tell you I can't? I can't bear living with him any longer.
Our reputations in this town are pretty well shot, Myra. If you leave Caleb now,
I
I'm
don't
afraid...
care about public opinion.
Well, I do. It means my bread and butter.
Just to see him makes me sick.
Now, look. He's been 4 years in the Air Force, 2 years in this nut house. Now he's cured. For 6 years, you've been spending his money and having yourself quite a happy time with it. Well, now you're going to turn into a sweet, devoted little Baltimore housewife. You'll go to Windy Hill and get him, and you'll bring him home and live with him.
But Jeff, he's crazy.
He's nothing of the sort, or Dr. Hamilton wouldn't let him come home. And Hamilton's one of the leading psychiatric men on the continent.
Jeff, I can't stand it, that's all. I can't live with a man that's insane.
He's not insane, and you'll go up to Windy Hill and get him.
Dr. Hamilton, before I take Caleb home from here, is there anything else I should know?
I don't think so. He's completely cured. Just be kind to him, that's all.
Oh, I will. I've waited so long for this day. I've been pretty lonely, Dr. Hamilton.
I'm sure you have. Caleb's a fine man.
There's no danger of a relapse?
It's so remote, Mrs. Hunt, that I'd say there's no danger at all. 2 or 3 things still bother him. Fire, for instance, and traffic. He shouldn't drive a car for a few months.
Oh. We planned a little motor trip to New York. Shouldn't I let him drive?
No, positively no driving. If he got excited or if something startled him, he might freeze to the wheel.
Uh-huh.
Just try to keep him as relaxed as possible, mentally and physically.
Yes, of course I will. Tell me, Dr. Hamilton, just what did you do to Caleb? To fix him up, I mean.
We've done a great deal, Mrs. Hunt. We put a tantalum plate in his head. You see, when his plane crashed, the wound in his head resulted in an actual breakdown of brain tissue. Now, that part is healed. Now he needs some rest and a lot of happiness. And you.
Does it hurt, this plate thing?
Not a bit.
And he is cured?
Oh, completely.
We owe you a great deal, Dr. Hamilton.
Nonsense, my dear, nonsense. Tell me, what are your plans?
Plans?
Yes, where will you live?
Right here in Baltimore. We're driving to New York, sort of a second honeymoon.
Oh, I see.
Then we'll come back here.
Good. Trip will do him good. Let him make the decisions, where to eat and what to do. You know, it'll give him confidence in himself.
Oh, I'll do everything I can.
Good. And now you better go and find him. He's waiting for you in the reception room on the first floor. I've already said my goodbyes to him. So go on your motor trip to New York and never think of Windy Hill again.
You all right, Caleb?
Oh, fine.
I hope you didn't mind my suggesting you draw us. Really, I was exhausted.
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's good for me. I've got to get over these crazy notions.
Well, just that Dr. Hamilton said that you shouldn't do any driving. I should never have suggested it. I don't know how.
Oh, forget it. I'm fine, really.
Don't go too fast.
Oh, relax, Myra. I'm fine.
Caleb! Look out! Caleb!
Myra, take your hands off the wheel!
Hello, Penn Station. Parlor car reservations, please.
Who on earth are you phoning at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Parlor car reservations? This is Mrs. Caleb Hunt, room 815, Waldorf Astoria. Could I possibly get 2 chairs and a parlor car to Baltimore this morning?
Myra, what are you doing?
Darling, I can't hear. Yes? To Baltimore, yes. My husband isn't well, and I want to get him home as quickly as possible.
What do you mean I'm not well?
What time does it leave? Oh. Well, how about 11:30?
Myra.
That's very kind of you. Could we pick them up at the station?
Myra, for goodness sake.
Thank you very much. Hunt, that's right.
Myra.
C.H. 815 Waldorf Astoria. That's right. Thank you very much.
Myra, I don't want to go home.
Darling, go back to sleep. You needn't get up for an hour yet.
There's nothing the matter with me, and this is simply ridiculous. Why shouldn't we stay in New York and have some fun? After all, neither of us was hurt.
We might have been, Caleb. And an accident like that, well, such a shock to your nerves.
It's a shock to yours, too, isn't
It's
it?
not the same thing, Caleb. After all, you've been ill. Very ill.
Oh, nonsense.
It isn't nonsense at all. I just want to take care of you, that's all.
I don't need taking care of.
For your own good, darling.
There's nothing the matter with me, I tell you.
We do have to be careful, though.
But you don't have to whisk me back to Baltimore after one day in New York. Why, we haven't seen a thing yet. Anyhow, how'll we get the car back? It'll take him at least a week to fix it.
The car isn't as important to me as you are, darling.
Well, I'm not going.
Caleb, honey. I love you so much that I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you. I should never have let you drive. I feel personally responsible for the accident.
If you kept your hands off the wheel, we wouldn't have had the accident.
Caleb.
Oh, I'm sorry, Myra. I just wish you'd stop worrying about me.
I'm not worrying about you, Caleb. I want to go home.
Oh, all right. I'll go pick up the tickets myself. What time's the train go?
Every hour on the half hour, and we've chairs on the one at 11:30. Waiter, are you sure you understand what you're supposed to do?
What, but not why?
My husband isn't well, and I want to bring that home to him. I want him to realize that he's not normal. You see, he won't listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband is back in the chair car. I'm going back now to get him. We'll be coming back to the diner in a few moments for lunch. You're to watch for us and to be sure it's you who serves us. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't $50 enough?
Yes, ma'am.
If you handle it properly, I'll give you 50 more. After all, for $100, you shouldn't be too fussy.
No, ma'am.
And don't let him write out his order. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me look at the menu.
Yeah.
He'll probably have the chicken, so bring him something else, anything else. Now, so long as you bring him something different to what he ordered. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be back in a few moments. Caleb, I've been up to the diner. There's a lineup, but I explained the situation to the waiter, and he said he'd see us right away.
What situation?
It's time for lunch, Caleb.
What situation?
Lunch, darling. Come along. The diner's this way.
You said you'd explain the situation to the waiter. What situation?
Well, that we were hungry.
Was being hungry a situation?
I merely said you weren't awfully well, that's all. Now, what's wrong with that? Would you prefer to stand in line for an hour?
Okay, darling, let's eat.
Waiter, here we are. Pardon. Would you let us by, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Come, Caleb. Pardon. Thank you. There we are. Now, you sit down there, Caleb. You shouldn't ride with your back to the engine.
I'll hold your chair.
Nonsense, darling. Sit down. There. That's it. Now, isn't that comfortable and better than standing on line?
I'd feel better in line than on a leash, Myra.
Caleb.
You drag me along like a little lap dog.
That's a very cruel thing to say, Caleb.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Let's order,
Waiter. No, not you, the other man.
Well, what difference does it make?
Caleb, I gave him a tip to get us this table. He might as well serve us, too.
Good day, ma'am.
What'll you have, Myra? You got a pencil, waiter?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Don't we have to write our orders out?
It's all right, sir. I'll take it down.
What'll it be, Myra?
Chilled consomme is very nice, ma'am.
All right. Lamb chops and mayonnaise potatoes. Small salad and, I guess the ice cream and cake.
Coffee, ma'am?
Thank you.
And for you, sir?
I'll have the chicken. No, I think I'll have the roast lamb. Is it nice?
Very nice, sir.
All right. Roast lamb. No soup, green peas, mashed potatoes. Ice cream, coffee.
Thank you, sir. Lamb chops are for you, ma'am?
Thank you.
And chicken for you, sir.
No, I ordered the lamb. Roast lamb.
No, it's chicken, darling.
No, roast lamb. Will you change it, please?
I have chicken on my slip, sir.
It was chicken, darling. You said chicken.
I said roast lamb, and I don't care what you've got on your slip. I want roast lamb. Now get it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
It was chicken, darling.
It was not chicken.
Darling, people are looking at us.
I ordered roast lamb.
All right, dear, all right.
Why do you say all right, dear, like that? You know perfectly well I ordered the roast lamb.
Let's not get excited, Caleb.
I'm not excited, but you persist in treating me as though I were feeble-minded.
I suppose as a pawnbroker, you make quite a lot of money.
Oh, I do all right. Baltimore's a good town for pawnbrokers.
Well, I guess that's all. You sure you understand what to do?
Yes, I know. Say, listen, lady. What are you up to?
That's none of your business. There's $50 in it for you.
Hmm?
Here's 25.
Hmm.
I'll give you another 25 if you do it properly. Now, take a good look at his picture.
Yes. Yes, I'll know.
And then when he comes in, what do you say?
I say, hello, mister. Back for your wristwatch? How's that?
You're not very convincing.
Look, lady, I'm a pawnbroker, not an actor.
Try it once more.
Okay. Hello, mister. Like for your wristwatch?
That's better. Here's the watch. And remember, you've never seen or heard of me. Remember, you've never seen or heard of me.
Okay. I'm coming. Myra, did you forget your keys?
Yes.
I was beginning to wonder where you were. You been shopping?
Yes?
You buy anything exciting?
Caleb, I'm very upset. Why did you pawn your watch?
What?
Your watch, the one you lost. Why did you pawn it? Heaven knows there's plenty of money. If you need it, and you can go to the bank and get it.
What are you talking about?
The watch you said you lost.
What do you mean, said I lost? I did lose it. I left it on the wash basin when I washed my hands.
And it just vanished into thin air?
Well, it wasn't there when I went back.
You think somebody stole it?
I think it'll turn up somewhere around the house.
I saw it in a pawn shop this afternoon.
In a pawn shop?
I went in and looked at it. It had your initials on the back.
Well, then, Mrs. Archibald must have taken it and pawned it. Oh, I can't believe it. She's been with us for years.
Caleb, don't. I asked the man in the pawn shop. He described the man who brought it in.
And?
The description fitted you.
Myra, I did not pawn that watch.
Then somebody's lying somewhere.
Well, who do you prefer to believe? Me or some character who runs a pawn shop? Are you implying that I pawned that watch without knowing it?
Darling, Caleb, I'm implying nothing. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
What's the name of the pawn
Darling,
shop?
forget it. I shouldn't have told you about
What's
it.
the name of that pawn shop, Myra?
Son, the Royal Pawn Shop. Caleb, please don't go. It's no good, Caleb. I tell you it's no good. You'll only upset yourself. Caleb, please. Did you see it?
Yes.
Was it yours?
Yes.
Did you get it back? Did he say you'd brought it in?
Yes. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Oh, really, Jeff, it was quite amusing.
Hmm?
Poor Caleb, he was so befuddled.
I don't like it, Myra.
What do you mean?
I mean that I don't like it. It's a rotten trick.
Are you backing down?
No. But I don't like it.
Oh, don't be foolish, Jeff. We can't just go on like this. Somebody has got to do something. Put your cigarette out, Jeff.
Well, darling,
Put your cigarette out. Kiss me. Oh, Jeff. So strong, Jeff. So tough. Jeff, I love you. I love you.
Kendall's Flower Shop.
Well, you must have the wrong house.
Mrs. Hunt?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Hunt.
Then they're for you, lady.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, lady.
Who was that?
Your flowers arrived.
Flowers?
Caleb, they're gorgeous. Oh, you were always wonderful at buying flowers.
I didn't send you any flowers, Myra.
You didn't?
There's a card with them. Let me see it.
But Caleb, does it matter? Really, does it?
Let me see that card.
No, Caleb, please.
Who are they addressed to?
Mrs. James C. Hunt.
Mother? But, Myra, Mother's been dead for 15 years. How could I...
It doesn't matter, darling. They're lovely. And we'll pretend they're for me.
Let me see that card.
No, it doesn't matter. Please, darling, don't worry about it.
I think I'd better lie down. Just lie down for a little while.
It was really very amusing, Jeff. He couldn't believe it. Flowers to his mother after all these years.
You're certainly not overburdened with conscience, are you?
I hate him, Jeff. Him and his calm, handsome suffering.
Hmm?
He's not like you. He's not tough, not strong. He wasn't so stupid he'd see through me. Really, the flowers stunned him addressed to his mother. She's been dead for years.
Mm-hmm. How's he taking it?
Just give me time.
Myra, I don't like it. It's too vicious, too cruel.
What's the matter with you, Jeff?
I don't like to see this in you. It's such a rotten trick.
Jeff,
Yes?
don't you love me?
You know I love you. It's why I hate to see you acting like this.
Put your arms around me, Jeff. That's better. Now, don't worry about Caleb. Just leave everything to me.
It's getting late, Myra. You better go. Somebody might see you leaving the apartment building. We've got to be very careful.
I don't understand you, Jeff. Well, maybe I'd better be going. We have a late night tomorrow night. Caleb and I are going to the theater. They say it's a marvelous show. It's fun getting all dressed up, isn't it, Caleb?
Now, where the heck are those tickets?
I put them in your pocket, darling.
Oh, yeah, here, I got them.
Thank you. Tickets, please.
Yeah, it is fun being in a white tie again. Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe after the show.
Excuse me, sir. These tickets, they're
Yes?
they're for Friday the 22nd. That was last night, sir.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, Caleb.
They're for last night, sir. This is the 23rd.
But that's impossible. I know they're for tonight. Here, let me see them. What? Somebody's made a mistake. The box office gave me the wrong one.
Sorry, sir. You're
I
holding
just
up the
want-
line. If you'd like to talk to the manager, just to the right of the box office.
Oh, Caleb. Caleb, wake up.
Oh.
Caleb.
What?
Caleb, Mrs. Archibald's gone. Her clothes, everything. She's left us. She's gone.
What?
Caleb, try to remember. You've done something. And this time I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? What are you talking
Listen
about?
to me. I got up this morning. Mrs. Archibald wasn't down. I went up to wake her. I thought she must have overslept. Her room was empty. The bed had been slept in, but she's gone. Then when I came downstairs again, I found your bedroom slippers in the hall covered with mud. Just
No.
covered. Caleb, please try to remember. You were outside the house sometime during the night. Can't you remember anything?
Oh, Myra. Myra, I'm afraid.
Well, surely you couldn't get up out of bed and go outside without remembering something.
I can't remember. Oh, Myra, I'm so afraid.
You went to bed as soon as we got home from not going to the theater. You were asleep when I came up. Try to remember.
I can't.
Do you remember that it was raining when you went to bed?
No. Yes. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know what to say, Caleb.
Myra,
Yes.
do you think I ought to go back
Back?
to Windy Hill? Oh, not for long, maybe just for a month or so. All these things I've been doing, mistakes I make. Every day I do something. It's so hard on you.
No.
But I can't go on like this.
Darling, nothing has happened to Mrs. Archibald. I'll probably find her with a couple of phone calls.
No.
Caleb, I have
No.
to find her. Darling, you couldn't have hurt her very badly, or she wouldn't have been able to pack all her clothes and leave. I'll phone the McDougal's maid. She might know.
Oh, Myra. Help me, Myra. Help me. You've no idea what it's like to be insane.
Tonight's the night, Jeff.
Myra, you're liable to get your throat slit.
Nonsense.
Have you heard from the Archibald woman?
No.
No.
I simply said that Caleb couldn't stand her around the house another moment.
Mm-hmm.
Gave her 6 months' salary and bought her a ticket for Oakland. Brother lives there.
All I can say, Myra, is that I hope you never get it in for me.
Don't be mean, Jeff.
I may as well tell you I don't like it.
You don't like it. How do you suppose I feel?
Well, it's so horrible. He's so unsuspecting. He trusts you.
This is no time to go remorseful, Jeff. Anyway, after tonight, it'll be all over.
What are you going to do?
When he's asleep, I'll put the knife in his hand. Then I'll tear my nightdress and scream. He's suggested twice that I let him go back to Windy Hill. Tonight'll finish him. I'll phone Dr. Hamilton. As soon as they come for him, come over. Probably need a drink anyway.
Myra, you can't do it.
I don't want to quarrel about it now, Jeff. It's tonight or never.
Then I'm pulling out.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm through.
Don't say that, Jeff. I'll phone you as soon as they've taken him away.
Myra!
Oh, look, Caleb, don't kill me. Caleb, put the knife down. Look in your hand.
Oh. No.
Oh, Caleb, you frightened me so. The look in your eyes.
No. Let go of me. Myra, let go of me.
Let go of me.
Caleb, stop. Caleb, come back. You can't go outside in your pajamas. Caleb. Caleb.
Dr. Hamilton, please. Oh, yes? Well, would he call Mrs. Caleb Hunt the moment he comes in? Yes, it's very urgent. Yes, he has my number. Thank you.
Now, wait a minute, chum. You can't go romping around in pajamas through people's hedges.
Let me go.
Well, you're Caleb Hunt, aren't you?
Let me go.
Look, I'm Jeff Benson. Remember me? Listen, if you go romping around through hedges in your pajamas, people will think you're crazy.
I am crazy.
No, you're not. It's Myra that's crazy.
Myra? How do you know Myra?
Well, that's what's been bothering me, Caleb. That's why I came over here in the middle of the night. Look, you know I've got to have a good long talk. My car's over there. Come back to my apartment, get me some clothes. I got a few things to tell you. You're not going to like them much, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Oh, that's the story, Caleb. It's pretty rotten, but it's true. It's too filthy a trick for an apology, so I'm not going to say I'm sorry.
Thanks for the clothes. I'm going now.
Where?
Where do you think?
Now, look, Caleb, don't do anything that's... Well, that you'd be sorry for. You won't, will you?
What would you do in my place?
Why?
Well, I'm asking you. What would you do? Did I?
Rushing out of here
like a maniac?
Oh, I was terribly upset.
Were you? I'm touched, Myra. Deeply touched.
You've got to come to bed.
Jeff Benson gave me this jacket. Did you give it to him before I was reported missing or after?
What are you talking about?
We had quite a chat, Benson and I. I got the whole story. Pawnbroker, the florist, theater box office, Mrs. Archibald, the waiter on the train. Half the city must have been working for you, trying to put me back in Windy Hill. Incidentally, Benson's sick of you. It took 7 or 8 drinks to make him realize just how sick. But right now, he fairly shakes with nausea at the mere mention of your name.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Why should you? I'm crazy.
Caleb, stop.
I am. You've driven me crazy, Myra. Crazy.
You lay so much as a finger on me, I'll yell the house down.
Go ahead, yell.
Caleb, stop, right?
Don't get out of bed, Myra. Insane men always murder the defenseless woman in bed.
You are mad. You are crazy.
Sure, crazy. You make a pretty picture, Myra, sitting up in bed with the sheets drawn demurely around you.
Caleb, it's not true, Caleb. I do love you. Really, I do. I love you very much. You know what?
I'll choke you slowly, Myra. Insane men always do. And I am insane. I have the most wonderful alibi, too. You see, I'm crazy. You convinced everyone of that. So they'll just send me back to Windy Hill. That's all they can do to me. Does that hurt, Myra? Now, get up. Get up, I said. Stand up. Oh, that's it. It's wonderful what you can do when you try, isn't it, Myra? Oh, you dirty little tramp. I wouldn't kill you, Myra. I'm free. I'm well, and I feel wonderful. I want you to live. I want you to live a long, long time with yourself, all alone. You and your twisted, moldy little mind. Myra, I hope you live to be 90.
family a favor and remind Mother to get a can or two of Spam when she shops tomorrow. This delicious meat, packed in a handy can, is grand to eat, easy to serve, cold or hot. Tomorrow, ask for Spam.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.